What is up, everybody? This is a little bit too... Whoop. Whoop. Problem is I move around like a little spider monkey. All right, so what are we doing? Close this. I haven't done all the live stream stuff, double stream to YouTube and Twitch in a little while, so I gotta remember how to do this. What's up, everybody? Dave, first as usual, welcome. John Meinl, welcome. Greetings to Wimplu and Kyran and Nicola Bear and J7J. Good to see you all. It's been a while. At least it's been a while since we've seen each other live, I guess. I've seen most of you in Discord or in YouTube comments. But it is always fun to be live. All right. So, we're not at 100 hours yet, so we're not going to do the base tour just yet. I figure we'll do a little bit of a warm-up, and then we'll do the base tour, and then we'll do some good old gameplay. So, yeah, where do we start? Where do we even start? This looks like it finished, which is awesome. Oh, you know where we start is getting rid of all these stupid buttons down here. So, there's one thing about Factorio. There's one thing. There's more than one thing I have a gripe about. But this one I do have a gripe about, and it feels like it's not up to Factorio standards. When you sync a save, like when you, what am I trying to say? Like when you remove all your mods and play vanilla for a moment, and then you come back to modded, you can sync your mods and load a save, and all these buttons are not back to the way you had them. There might be a file somewhere I can back up and then repaste in. That would save my settings for this. But basically, when you uninstall mods and you reinstall mods, somehow your data on which ones of these you had checked is not stored in your save data. So that is a very minor gripe that I have. Because I don't remember which ones I had off. But most of them can be off, probably. Rate calculator, factory search. Type visualizers I want. Map editor, I have a hotkey. Merging chests I need. Planner, I have a hotkey. Construction drones I'm not even using anymore. Tape line, hotkey. Tasks, hotkey. Quick ride menu. Circuit wires. What's automatic circuit wires? Wait a second. What is that? I don't even know what that does. Y'all, what does that setting do? Is that when you have this and then you do this? No, because that's off and it's still doing it. I honestly don't know what automatic circuit wires does. Does anyone know what that does? I don't even know if that's from a... It might be from a mod. Is that not from a mod? I don't even know. Literally zero knowledge of that button. It might be from the inventory tools or whatever it is that gives me the queue to front. What's it called? Forget the name of it. Cursor enhancements. It might be from cursor enhancements. I'm not sure. Huh. Weird. Anyway, or eraser is fine. Mount remote. I mean, have I gotten rid of enough, or do I want one more? I'm still kind of over. I don't need a decon planner or a blueprint, because I do Alt-D, and I just do Control-C and hold Shift for blueprints usually, or just B for blueprint. So yeah, I definitely don't need that. I like having undo because you can actually highlight it. Cool fractionator tower there. This is just a tank. This just holds fluid. Fractionator towers. I don't even. Do we have any fractionation going on? There are fractionators or fracting. No, maybe there's not. Nope, there's a fracking rig, but that's not quite the same thing. There's no like fractionating still or something. Anyway, what am I doing? I'm getting rid of one more button. Probably a mount remote is not needed for now. Okay, there we go. All right, I'm gonna take a picture of this so I can save it to my hard drive and then forget where to find it later when I need to do the same thing again. Perfect. Sounds good. All right, so what are we doing? Should we work on more iron? No, that's a huge build. I could just look it up in a video. You know, that's funny. I have video evidence of what I had before. It didn't occur to me, though. Yeah, the iron build is a little too big. Also, this is such a minor thing, but the color of this iron grade 1 and 2 and stuff, to me, looks really cool. But it's not the same color as the iron ore and the processed iron ore. These have a lighter bluer, and these have a green, a little bit of green, and they're a little darker. And I actually want them to recolor the original iron ore to be more that color, because I think it's way cooler. Totally unrelated to what reality might look like. I have no idea what reality is in terms of those colors, but I really like the new colors that they use for the grade 1 and 2 and stuff for the iron. All these colors right here, these three, and these, and that one. Like, they're all tinted the same way, you know, the centered, the reduced, the dust, the concentrate, the high grade, and the grade 1 through 4 all have the same kind of color. And I wish they made these icons the same color. Because this one is really the outlier. That one doesn't look anything like the other ones. It's also interesting that no other ores, to my knowledge, have a processed stage. Huh. I hadn't really considered... Oh, wait, there's one. Oh, nope, it's just the same icon. But that's not the same thing. Interesting. Yeah, iron does tend to kind of look rusty. I guess that's a good point. Okay, so I do need more trains, apparently, according to that, at some point, but... The others are ore grade X? What do you mean? Because there's grade 1 through 4. But that's true of the other ores as well. So there's no, like, processed nickel, is what I'm saying. Whereas with iron, you first get processed iron ore, and then that turns into the other ones. I mean, it could be because iron is the main metal, and they wanted to give you an upgrade for iron rather than other things. But I don't even think I need to search for it. I'm pretty confident about this. Processed chromite is apparently a thing. But that's not really the same thing. That's a high-grade chromite thing, and it's a different icon. So, yeah, I don't know. It's just interesting. Truth is, the majority of things are gray. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. You know what I need to do is increase that. Hadn't thought about. Let's look at all my buffers. Are any of them smaller than they should be? Yep, that is. The rest of them are properly sized. Yeah, iron and steel is hurting right now. I don't know if I want to fix that, but we do need to fix it at some point. And yeah, what's next on our niobium train here? So we did refined syngas. Thanks, Nicola. I hope we will enjoy the time in the Zen Garden as well. I'm sure it will be good. I've got iced coffee, so that helps. Iced coffee is a good thing. I guess we have to figure out how we're gonna make organic solvent. Maybe that's the play. Let's look at that for a minute. So organic solvent, we have two ways to make it right now. And I'm not really sure which one's better. So we're gonna break it down. So we're gonna go for 100 solvent in both cases. And bone meal can only be made... Eventually you can make it from Malaysia and salt alone. Ulrichs somehow... I don't even know. They eat flowers and poop out bones? Like, don't ask me what's happening there. But... for now, all we can do is use bones. And... bones... Did we decide augs or cotton guts were better? Careful, those are old recipes? Uh-oh. Wait, which ones? What are we talking about? The Malaysia one? Wait, what is going on here? Oh, there we go. I unclicked show research. But these that probably just means there's a turd for it, right? Usually that's what that means. The ones that aren't real are a different color usually. Well, no, I guess none of these have anything to do with bone meal, though. So maybe not. I guess it could be bone... it could be a different turd that does it. So I'm thinking of, like, recipes that I know don't exist are the tar back into coal gas recipe. So let's see what this looks like. This is the one. This one I know doesn't exist, but it used to. So let's see what this looks like well, let's look and see what the bone meal one looks like. See, it shows that it exists, and it's not the gray version. So that, to me, implies this is a turd recipe. I don't know what turd it is, but that's what that says to me. Is it one of the transmutations? Hover over it in top left if it says turd. Do you mean on the recipe itself? Mild disapproval of calling it turd. Yeah, it's cute, you know. Is it too cute? Maybe it is. Oh, so you're saying these say turd recipe in them? So hold on, I'm getting a little off track. It does say turd recipe replacement at the top. Huh. So then what's up with these bone meal recipes? Is it from... I feel like it's not properly marked as disabled. I feel like this is a bug. It should be grayed out, I think, or locked, or hidden in some way that it's not. Maybe. What's up, Dan Bobes? What's up, B Jonas? Iron Ghost. Welcome, everybody. G Host. We're almost at 100 hours. 20 minutes to go. All right. Wait. What am I looking up? The coal gas. So the coal gas one that we know doesn't exist. See, like, it doesn't show up here. It's grayed out, and it doesn't exist. If I go to hidden, it does show up, right? The hidden ones are the ones that don't exist. But they should be hidden as well if they are. And that's what I was wondering too, G-Host, is if they're like, you know, recipes that, what am I trying to say? Recipes that are in some pYmods, but not the full pYmods. Because they, for whatever reason, the pydevs support people installing subsets of the pYmods, which personally, I don't actually understand that. Like, more power to them, but it feels like it's more work than it's worth because the majority of players play with full pYmods anyway. I could see supporting one subset that's like specifically made to be an easier, smaller experience, but supporting all the different combinations that they do feels kind of nuts to me. Dan Bopes, no, that has not been fixed yet. I'm still waiting for that fix. Very frustrating. I've gotten used to just not ever rotating them in place, you know, and instead I'll rotate them and then move them like that. But yeah, that bug still isn't fixed. So that's weird. That's a little weird. I mean, it's not weird. That's the wrong word for it. It's just sad. Obviously, mod devs have limited time and resources and energy, so it's not like, you know, I'm entitled to a bug fix, but it is annoying when there's a bug and it's been reported and they're aware of it, but it's not getting fixed. So, that being said, if anyone else wants to fix it, I don't know what license the mod has, but someone else might be able to fix it and submit a pull request on it. It's not a new bug. It's been around for pretty much since advanced fluid handling came to 2.0, I think, actually. I'm just getting a little bit of all the train stuff here. So that way we can participate in building trains. All right, let's just refill our buffers. Got the pipes, inserters. I need more belts. We definitely need to trash some stuff. I'm good on engines, but I'm not good on pumps, so why don't I fix that? And then get rid of a bunch of stuff like a zinc chloride, 22 ash, some coal dust, some random stone is actually fine. What else? Kinda need all this, actually. Don't need that one, I guess. Probably don't need this much asphalt, but I do want asphalt to be in my inventory. Alright, yeah, we just need a bunch of stuff in our inventory. We'll make them all someday, and then we won't have to carry quite as many ingredients. Like, all the metals are taking up a bunch of space, and, like, small parts and stuff. Ah, you never updated to space exploration. Yeah, you wouldn't have wanted to update to Pi 2.0 if you were still in the middle of a base. That was a long way. Anyway, back to this. It seems... Wait, these are my actual recipes, right? Now I've gotten mixed up. What are the actual ways I can make bone meal? With bones? Or... It seems like with bones or with this recipe. You know, I need to make backspace go to the previous page. Yeah, none of these have recipes. There's a lot of bone meal recipes that don't exist. Yeah, rendering Ulrich seems to... But what is... Wait, what is this? BMPs, bone morphogenetic proteins. Stimulates bone growth. So we jam them full of a bunch of drugs, and then we slaughter them, and then we get more bones out of them. Wonderful. Wonderful. Nice and kind to the animals. Oh, you can just render Ulrichs directly into bone meal. Interesting. Laser turret plus caged Ulrich. That's... I just love the... I love the, like, subtle... It's not... Subtle's the wrong word, but just the implicit, almost, humor in this. Like, the recipe name doesn't say anything about it, you know, it's just like, it's very implied that you're using the laser to murderize the Ulrich, and that just, I don't know why that's funny to me. And what is this one? Speaker? You blast it with sound to kill it? And this is, you kill it with grease? I don't even know what the grease one is. Those are turd recipe replacements, by the way. So there's a slaughterhouse turd at some point that we're looking at. Anyway, all that to say, this was a big distraction. There's only one way for me to make bone meal right now. And most of the time the laser turrets aren't harmed. Yeah, 1 in 1,000 laser turrets are harmed in the making of Ulrichs. Anyway, so back to this. If I wanted 40 bones, I mean, that's gonna be absurd, right? Surely this is not gonna be the way to go. I think augs were the best way for me to get bone. Wait, 1 aug to 3 bones, or were cotton guts better? I'm not remembering which one was which in terms of how big the builds were. So fish are not it for bones, that's for sure. Set up Ulrichs? I'm not setting up Ulrichs right now. You joking me? I'm not setting up a new animal. I think augs are the best. Good God. Good God, 400 slaughterhouses? I mean, not like I would ever need this much, but just the numbers are mind-boggling sometimes. Wait, I just made a loop. What am I doing? Just a casual 355 alg paddocks. No big deal. Okay, so I'm thinking this might not be the way we want to make organic solvent. Just saying. Though, it's not a bad way to make organic solvent from excess bones that we have. So how do we make naphthalene right now? I think we already looked at this. And the only way I can make it is through tar processing. That's literally it. So basically we can kind of get organic solvent instead of creosote. Weirdly. Chitin and mineral oil. It flips the ratio, which is interesting. But it flips it the wrong way. Because we don't need more carbolic, we need more naphthalene anyway. So the tar refining top's cracking is already giving us closer to the ratio we need. So I don't see, we wouldn't want the chitin one for this. And then we get some from our pitch cracking. But yeah, all that to say, and the middle oil comes from our tar cracking in the first place, and I don't know if Matrix Solver is going to know what to do here. No, it does not. Oh, that's... never mind. It can't. There's no matrix to solve. I thought that was naphthalene. Wait, what was the other way to make naphthalene? Oh no, that's it. What is that? Oh, that's the same thing. Wait, what? Pitch. Oh, the pitch to coke. Oh, right. I don't think it's gonna know how to do this. Maybe it does. That seems actually pretty close. Good to know that the steam is less than 3.4 E plus 38 degrees. It is nice. Also, Ross, I missed your comment earlier. Live Dax, you've been enjoying watching the Pi series on episode 37. I have a calming voice. Ah, well, I'm glad that you enjoy the calmness and the zen experience of Krydax. Okay, you know what? I'm tired of looking at numbers. Let's build it. Let's build it. In all seriousness, though, what do I need to build it? I need specifically DDCs, and that's it. That's literally it. So, pretty simple. Will we have enough organic solvent? I don't know, but where am I going? Up here? We're 10 minutes away. So right now, I think I'm avoiding creosote? Like, what am I even doing these days with all this stuff? I haven't looked at this in ages. I think this is my naphthalene one. Yeah, see, naphthalene's just getting dumped into creosote anyway, and I'm just dumping creosote anyway. So there's no need for that to be wasted, which we are right now. Hey, Heliopath, thanks for the follow. So we're and what about carbolic? What's we doing with carbolics? Carbolic's also just going to creosote, which is also getting wasted. So yeah, I mean, we don't have a reason to not just utilize this and make organic solvent for free. Now the problem is the circuitry for all this is going to be a little bit of a nightmare, because we basically want to pull these things off if I have enough creosote instead of having them go to making creosote, right? I think that's what we want. So maybe it's not as bad as it sounds. So basically, our refining town. So naphthalene is this one. Where else does it go? It also comes from the coke making. Excuse me. And the only place it's going is these three. Okay. So then we need a way here to have it decide which way to go. So maybe something like this. But then this one will only run, so these are our creosote tanks. So then if the creosote tanks are less than 20k, we will pump into that. Otherwise, this can just be an overflow. It's an overflow is a pump anyway, so it's not really any different. And then this one will be enabled if creosote is greater than or equal to. But see, this was my way of avoiding. This is my way of avoiding naphthalene too. I gotta keep that in mind. You know, once we have niobium, we'll be able to go over these buildings. Alright. Do this, do this. This. Alright, so there's naphthalene going to DDC's making organic solvent. I guess we could just overflow void on this, because we're only doing that if we already have enough creosote anyway. So seems fine. Yeah. So the only way we'll void naphthalene is if we've already tried to use it to make creosote, but we didn't need it, and we've already tried to make organic solvent with it, and we didn't need that. That seems like a reasonable time to void it. There's no such thing as long enough pipes. It's true though, pYanodon's does have a way of making you appreciate things like that you normally wouldn't. Okay, and then we need the carbolic. Now carbolic is also creosote, but we need a much smaller amount. What's the ratio that we're making carbolic in the first place? We're making 50 to 100, not to mention 100 pitch makes another 20 naphthalene, and 140 pitch is gonna make 24 naphthalene. 40%, no, 28 naphthalene. So there's 28 naphthalene coming from one of these recipes. And 30%, so there's 30 naphthalene. You're actually getting about equal amounts of naphthalene from the coke and from the tar refining tops when you actually break down the numbers. And then the carbolic, so we're getting about 60 naphthalene, but only 30%, only about 15 carbolic. So it's about 4 to 1 is the default ratio, which means the default ratio has you not getting enough. No, too much carbolic is the default ratio. So what I think we're gonna do is we're gonna have the carbolic go to organic solvent first and then overflow into making creosote with the rest. So what I think I'm gonna do here is just bring the carbolic straight down to here. But then we'll overflow this carbolic right here. Imagine me looking at this in another 100 hours. My brain's just gonna melt. I have no idea what I've done here. What I've done. Don't know what I've done. All right. But I know that we have organic solvent now. Hey, 99 hours and 58 minutes. That is the perfect place to start recording. Oops. Wrong button. Hey, we're done with the stream. Just kidding. All right. Hello everyone, Krydax here, and welcome to a very, very special episode of pYanodon's Season 3. We are just about at 100 hours here, and we are going to be having a lot of fun celebrating 100 hours with a base tour. And so what we're going to do, I'm going to edit this, so if you're watching from future YouTube, this is an edited version of the base tour. If you would like the unedited version, you can go to the live section of my channel where the VOD of this live stream will just be available in full. And the base tour obviously is part of this live stream. But the version that will go as like an episode on YouTube will be kind of cut down a little bit with just the most interesting bits. And for those of you that have been following the YouTube series, you'll notice you missed me making organic solvent because we did that at the beginning of the stream. We haven't been playing for long, but I did do this one thing. So I have now made organic solvent from excess naphthalene and carbolic, and that's what we done. But we're gonna put a pin in that because we're gonna do the base tour. First, I should fix the train error. The train is stuck. How? Why? For what purpose? A 100 hours! Woo! We did it! You know, it's gone by really fast. The weeks just continue flying by, and I've been enjoying this journey a lot. So for those wondering if they should also play 100 hours of pYanodon's, the answer is yes. You definitely should. Now, before we do the base tour, I am going to figure out what's going on with this so it doesn't blink the whole time. But, what's up, Liam? Everyone else that said hi, I don't know if I got all the comments, but hello to everybody. How did this get stuck is more my question. Because this shouldn't have triggered a request unless it was missing 24. Oh, wait, I think I screwed. Wait, what? What? I did the same thing I did on the other one. I feel dumb. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I did that twice in that episode, and I only caught one of them, I guess, is how that worked. Beep, beep, and beep. Silly mistake. Alright, so for now, the easiest fix is what? I don't want to delete all 27,000. So we'll do this. And then we're gonna delete that tank and then deconstruct it. Okay, much better. Problem solved. All right, so let's get started on the base tour. Where do we even start? I think we begin with the humble beginnings. Some of it doesn't exist anymore, but the humble beginnings of automation science. So first, a brief overview. For those who don't know pYanodon's, it is the largest mod pack in Factorio. Many would say the hardest, though definitions of hardest differ by player, but it certainly has the most recipes and the most items and the most overall just giganticness of tech tree, and also it has a lot of great features that I think older players are still misrepresenting. About 4 or 5 years ago, pYanodon's, a lot of people would call it's just complexity for complexity's sake. It's every recipe has 50 ingredients and there's no reason for it. I think a lot of that's changed. pYanodon's has really evolved into its own really well-designed mod pack that I think has a lot of game design elements that other mod packs don't offer, and they're very fun. So I think a lot of people are finding Pi is much more enjoyable than they thought it would be, even though it is huge and complex. Because you don't have to deal with the huge complexity from minute one, right? You just do one thing at a time. And so, it is easy to get overwhelmed if you're not careful, but if you just take it slow, it's really, really cool. And there's a lot of cool things that Pi offers. So what we've done is we've played for 100 hours in this save, and we've pretty much enjoyed every minute. And I'm really excited to give you guys a base tour of kind of what your first 100 hours in pYanodon's might look like. Now, this isn't a base tour where like I'm going back in time to what my base looked like in the first 10 hours, so you can watch my YouTube series if you want that full, but it's more like this is what the base will look like after 100 hours, and we're kind of going to walk through what we've done in the last 100 hours. So we're going to use the milestones mod, if I can remember the hotkey for it, and we're going to look through our major milestones, and we're going to kind of talk through each one and what that looks like to get that automated or completed. And so this will give you kind of a good overview of what your first 100 hours in pYanodon's might look like. Now, granted, you might do this all in 50 hours if you're way faster than me, or it might take you 200 hours if you're going slower. There's no correct pace of pYanodon's. It's just, it all has to get done eventually. So the first thing you're going to do in Pi, just like most other mods, is automation science packs. Now, you'll notice they look different. They're not the little red packs. pYanodon's has custom science packs, and this one is not that complicated. So this was my automation science pack build, and it requires this native flora stuff, which is mined directly out of the earth with these flora collectors. I've got a few over here still running. This patch is running low, but in fact, it's running very low. But yeah, so you get native flora from the ground, and then you need these planter boxes and small parts. And then planter boxes require ash, soil, and empty planter boxes, because you're filling them up with ash and soil. And empty planter boxes are bricks, wood, and iron. I'm guessing the wood, I don't know exactly what they all represent, but anyway, and then you put them together, you fill it with ash and soil, and then you throw some flowers in there, and you bolt it all together with some small parts, and you basically just have flower boxes. And that's your automation science pack. Hey, Lojo, thanks so much for the sub. So you can get this automated pretty quick. One thing to note is that in pYanodon's, your first assemblers are burner assemblers. So everything is burning something. And wood is nice because when you burn wood, it doesn't create a byproduct. But in the early game, most of what you're dealing with is raw coal, because you can't have wood automated yet at that stage of the game. And when you burn raw coal or things like coke, it gives you ash as a result. So the early game of pYanodon's, you've just got ash going everywhere. You have belts of ash because your assemblers are creating ash from burning raw coal. Your miners are creating ash I don't think I have any miners left that aren't electric. I'm on to electric miners now, but when you're dealing with burner miners, those are creating ash as well. It's just a big mess. So your early game in pYanodon's is mostly belting around raw coal and ash, and you don't have splitters. Splitters, something you get so used to just having in Factorio, especially with the input and output priorities. Yeah, you don't have those at the beginning of pYanodon's. You'll notice they even have it as an achievement, I believe. Yeah. So we didn't get our first splitter until 24 hours into the game. Now that's a little bit later. I was going pretty slow. I'm guessing most players probably are closer to the 15 to 20 hour range, but you need circuits to get your first splitters. And that's the next big accomplishment we're going to look into. Kind of, where are those accomplishments? I guess they're inside of the pyscience 1 pack. So basically we completed pyscience 1, and then we completed automation science packs, sorry. And then the next big goal, the next science pack you need to automate, you kind of alternate between the ones that exist in vanilla and then the pyscience pack. And the pyscience packs tend to have a lot more biological components to them. So you go automation, py1, logistics, py2, chemical, and then py3, and it kind of has this alternation of science packs. So when you're working towards py1, you've just got a lot to do. You get automation very early, and then it's just a long time that you're stuck in that stage. And obviously you need to automate lots of different metals. So you need to automate steel, aluminum, zinc, lead, titanium, duralumin, which is a combination of copper and aluminum, tin, I think those are all the metals. Glass kind of is like a metal. But yeah, circuits are the next major milestone that you get. So as soon as you're done with automation science, it's kind of this slow burn towards circuits. So let's take a look at our circuits build. We haven't actually touched it since we built it. This is the original build that we designed. And you need all sorts of little components for circuits. The batteries are the bigger one. You start out using a different kind of battery, which is the copper zinc battery, which is probably still actually automated. I don't think I ever removed it. Yeah, it's on this belt. Where's it coming from? They're coming from all the way over here. Yeah. So you need copper, you need zinc, you need cellulose, which spoils, by the way. I'm not really dealing with all that spoilage. I'm just putting it in chests. I just realized that's going to be a problem eventually. But yeah, circuits require a lot of stuff. One of the cool things about pYanodon's that I want to point out to people that are viewing this for the first time is that you deal with these alien life modules. So pYanodon's alien life was kind of revolutionary at the time in that it used modules as a representation of kind of reproductive organisms. And so like how flowers can, you can take trimmings off of flowers to get more flowers, or animals reproduce more animals. And it uses the module slots to represent that. And so whenever you start up a new alien life thing, whether it's a plant or an animal, you make the first ones in these kind of DNA codes, and you've got DNA samples, and you've got these codexes and biosamples, and you're mixing that all together to make like your first creature of that type. And then once you have a few of those creatures, you can then start using the recipes for reproduction, which usually involve, and it depends on the specific thing, for stuff like moondrops, it's pretty easy. There's moondrop seeds, and then when you grow more moondrops, you can turn moondrops into more seeds. Kind of like how a lot of flowers just work in real life. So that one's pretty simple. It's just a loop, and once you've got your first few moondrops, so you have a few of them plugged in as modules, you put a few of them in here so that you then get some seeds, and then you can start growing your first seeds into more moondrops. And obviously you get more and more as the cycle goes, because 4 seeds makes 4 moondrops, but then 5 moondrops will get you a bunch of seeds, plus you get a few moondrops back. So it's all kinds of nuts. But with like animals, the first animals you'll do are called vrauks, which are these kind of, I don't even know what they are. They're kind of like giant ant beetle things. And they require native flora and moss and water. That's it. plus the cocoon. And then that grows cocoons into full-grown vrauks. And then you have some vrauks in the reproductive complex, and then those vrauks will work on making cocoons for you out of native flora, sap, and moss. So that's the loop that you have going on. I'm using a sushi belt here, as you see. But yeah, all that to say, that's one of the really cool things about pYmods, and you'll go back and forth between working on these kind of organic recipes that involve plants and animals, and then you'll be doing lots of non-organic things, you know, like graphite, which is just coke. So it's a really cool mixture. And yeah, circuits were a big accomplishment. We really, for once, I actually left enough space for all the things we needed for circuits, so I didn't feel like I was jamming the spaghetti too hard for the circuits build, because you do need a lot of sap, you need a lot of fiber to make this formica stuff. And then we needed moondrops and methane. What was the methane for? I don't even remember. The methane's for formaldehyde? Yeah. You need formaldehyde as well to make formica. And the formica makes the printed circuit substrate, and the printed circuit substrate is one of the ingredients for the circuit boards. And then you need a bunch of the metals and metal-esque things to make all the other parts. So vacuum tubes are iron, copper, glass, graphite. The resistors are coke, glass, and tin plate. Capacitors are tin and ceramic and copper. And ceramic is just clay and coke, and clay is just steam in a clay pit. So it's, you can see why people call you can see why people call pYanodon's complex. That's just to make green circuits. Just your standard old green circuits that you need for splitters. And yellow inserters. You start out with mechanical inserters, which don't require power, which is nice. And they do have filters, which is also nice because you need that for being able to pull certain things off belts before you have splitters. So anyway, once you have circuits, you kind of move on to getting towards PyScience 1. At that point, you need a few other things. You need glassware, you need petri dishes, and this substrate stuff, and then you're pretty close. You do need the vrauks for the formic acid to make latex, because you need latex to make the glassware, because glassware needs rubber stoppers. There's just so many recipes. I'm not going to talk about all of them. I wanted to talk about a couple of them just so you had a taste of what pYanodon's is like, but yeah, it's pretty crazy. You know, this is our base zoomed out after 100 hours. We've gotten Rails started, and this is what I would call the starter base right here. I wanted to be pretty organized with it. We were moderately successful. For a while I had asphalt roads kind of crisscrossing, and the mistake that I made was not starting the game with the crisscrossing stone bricks and then avoiding building on them. So I kind of ended up adding those a little later. And up here we are keeping all the metals organized. I'm using the tape line mod to kind of have each metal have its own zone. So like this is copper, this is steel, this is iron, this is titanium, this is nickel, I think. That's nickel, right? Yeah. So each of the metals has its own little zone here, which is nice, and then we're bussing all of those down. But we also have to bus a couple things up, like sand casting, and we also have to bus up coke and the various ores that are the ingredients for the metals. So there's a lot of kind of back and forth. So all your buses that you do in Pi generally have a few going both directions. And yeah, it's pretty great. Let's see, let's continue on our journey. So we got Pi 1 science, and after that you have to start working towards inner metallics. That's kind of the next big thing once you have Pi science. And inner metallics requires a bunch of different things. It looks like it only requires two things, but iron nexylate antimony special alloy and vitrolloy are both pretty expensive. Because you need antimony and you need nexylate, both of which are not things that you had before. And vitrolloy needs the antimony and nickel and titanium, which you might not have automated already. So then antimony is a big thing, our antimony mine's over here. And then you have to process that with a fairly tame recipe. You know, it's only like 2 or 3 steps. But that's still more than a lot of things had at this stage of the game. And you need plastic and antimony and oxygen to make antimony oxide. So there's just a lot of stuff, as you can see, going into all these recipes. So it takes quite a few hours to get anything done. And then what we started doing is we made a mall over here. Originally, I had a mall with just iron and copper pieces over here. But then we moved them all over to where all the metals were. And so now I have all my things like belts, underground belts, splitters, loaders, pipes. I have steam engines here just because those are an ingredient for a lot of buildings. You do a lot of handcrafting of buildings. So we finally got to medium electric poles, which require chromium. That was a little bit later, because to get chromium, we needed something complex. I can't remember what it was. But yeah, so the other ingredient was the Nexolite, and Nexolite, yeah, show them the Nexolite mine, exactly. Nexolite is only the cutest way to mine ore in the entire Factorio universe. You have little dinosaurs with hard hats collecting your Nexolite for you. Now, that sounds easy until you realize each of those dinosaurs is a module that you had to produce, and they consume food that is biodegradable. I have spoilage turned on. You don't have to have spoilage turned on, I'll just say. You can turn it off. I'm enjoying it turned on more or less. There's a few complaints I've had, but they're not actually as much about pie as they are about not being able to read how spoiled something is from a container. But that's a different conversation. Anyway, I have spoilage turned on, and so you have to feed them either meat or jerky. Depending on which one you feed them, they can mine more ores off of one of those things. And later, you can make something called worker food, and they can mine 8 ores per worker food, which is great. But those mine raw Nexolite, and then that gets put into this caravan outpost. And you might be like, what the heck are these giant Rancor-looking things? So these things are kind of like logistics bots at home, but they work kind of like trains. So you kind of schedule them like trains, but they end up feeling like logistics bots because you can pick up a bunch of different cargo, and you can even say like pick up to 20 of this thing and up to 300 of that thing and up to 700 of that thing, and then go to this other caravan outpost and deliver it. So they are really, really nice. Caravans made the early game a lot faster for me. If I had not used caravans at all, I would have had a lot more belts crisscrossing the world. You can already see I have a bunch for like ores and stuff, because this is before you have trains that you had to do all this. So you can see the caravans as the little white dots, you know, moving around the base. I've got probably 20 of them or so. Let's open up the caravan manager. Yeah, there you go. I've got 17 caravans moving around the base. Super handy. This one, I mean, if we look at the CDNA caravan, you can just see how many items we were moving around with it that I didn't have to put on belts. Super nice. The caravans also, though, with each delivery of stuff, they consume part of an item. So brains, I think they get 3 actions per brain that they eat, but jerky, they only get 1 action per jerky. So anyway, continuing the base tour, we were able to finally get pyscience done. Or no, we already got to that. Sorry, we were able to finally get intermetallics done. And at that point, you're kind of on a bit of a you can do whatever you want, because there's a lot of different things that have to get done before logistic science. Green science is pretty tricky in Pi. You do a few big things that you need. I mean, you need all of the things listed here, but the big kind of things that feel like milestones are cDNA, batteries, and cotton guts. Those are kind of like 3 big things that you have to do. So cDNA is a very expensive, but you don't need a ton of them, recipe that just needs everything and the kitchen sink. I mean, you need substrate, you need petri dishes, you need laboratory instruments, you need moss gene samples, you need biosamples, you need plasmids, you need retrovirus, and we're making a lot of those things here, but you can see those need Vrauk cocoons and steel and hot air, because why not, and some glassware, and you need Zogna bacteria, which needs lamps and wood and petri dishes, and The laboratory instruments needs rubber and small parts and optical sets and equipment chassis, which needs circuits and tin and iron nexalate antimony special alloys. So it's everything. I mean, it's almost every item you've made in the game at this point is somehow part of cDNA. I'm curious if anyone's ever fully broken it down, but it's a very large percentage of your base that you've created up to this point. Some of it goes into cDNA. And now you might be wondering what's up with all these things. So the microorganism mines create these incubated petri dishes, and look at the decay time on that. 45 seconds is all you get. So we're literally just doing direct insertion, so that way, basically whenever we need cDNA, all of these fire up at the same time, and then they direct insert, and then we don't have to worry about spoilage. cDNA is affected by productivity. Yes, yeah. And so, I mean, eventually you can get more, and you don't need that much. We only have 100 in this chest, and I don't know if we'll ever need much more than that. Because you need it not for automated recipes. When we say you need cDNA for green science, it's not an ingredient in green science. It's an ingredient in making new animals. So like our first cotton gut studs needed cDNA, and Ralasia, which is a food for cotton gut, needed cDNA, and there's one other, it might have been fish. No. What was the other bio thing that needed cDNA? Was it augs? The first augs might have needed cDNA as well. So yeah, anyway, once we had cDNA, we were able to get augs going, which are mostly just moss and flora, and they make a lot of poop, and that poop goes into making liquid manure. We also need some augs just naturally to render them in slaughterhouses, because slaughterhouses make like skin and bones and meat and brains and blood and guts and lard and chitin and all sorts of byproducts, and you need all of those things for this thing called animal sample. And animal samples get mixed with solidified sarcoris, which is where the cotton guts go, and a bunch of other stuff and batteries, and you get logistics science pack. So it's a lot. And our cotton guts are down here, by the way. And cotton guts just need Ralasia, moondrop, tree seeds, and cotton gut pups. So I'm using sushi belts for pretty much all the animal life stuff, because it's just a lot simpler than having all of that on belts. Especially when there's spoilable materials involved, sushi's really nice. Unfortunately, you can't measure how spoiled things are on a belt and take them off. We do have a mod called Spoilage Scanner that I will be using sparingly because it's pretty UPS intensive, but a few of them here and there would be nice. Yeah, and all of that together finally got us to logistics science. And yeah, there you go. A couple builds we haven't looked at yet. We've got our seaweed and trees over here. This is just producing logs from ash and seedlings. And then this is just making most of the seaweed we need for the base. I think there's a couple other places I'm making it. Seaweed is nice because it's just made from water. So wherever you need seaweed, you can just make it with water. And we've got moss being made here from stone. There's also times I'm making moss not using stone. That's a little... You can make it with or without stone, but the productivity is higher with stone. And that's another thing I want to highlight. For your first 100 hours in pYanodon's, you will notice there's more than one way to make the same thing, and it's really awesome. pYanodon's, more than any mod pack, has player choice as a primary component, and it's really cool. It's not just player choice like, oh, do I want to go to Fulgora or do I want to go to Vulcanus first? It's player choice like, oh, if I use stone in my moss, then that means I need to mine more stone from my stone patches. But if I mine more stone from my stone patches, then that means I'm going to get more kerogen as well, because stone and kerogen come together when you mine it. And that means I'm going to have to process all that kerogen. And do I want to do that right now? And that's the question you're always asking in pYanodon's. Because you might have a way to do it that's simpler, but then it gives you more of a byproduct that you maybe aren't dealing with right now that you would then have to deal with. Or there's a way that's more complex that gives you more productivity, but you'd have to set up 2 other things before it, or you'd have to increase your production of iron or copper or some other thing like sap. So it's just really cool how pYanodon's is continually giving you these choices. And this is only 100 hours into the game. Remember, pYanodon's is like a 1,000 hour, 1,500 hour mod pack. And there's only more and more and more of these choices as you go. And there's even choices that are similar but different, like with iron processing. If we search for iron plate, well, sorry, maybe I should call it iron. I don't know what exactly to type to just show the main ones, but there's 4 stages of iron processing, basically. And with each one, you get more complex ways to make iron plates, but then you end up getting more iron plates from the same amount of input iron ore. And so, yeah, I guess there's 5 stages because stage 0 is what you start with. But my point is, you can choose to not do stage 2 when you research it. You don't have to do stage 2 iron. I'm not doing stage 2 iron right now, but that means that I'm getting less iron plates for the same amount of input iron ore, and at some point I'm going to run out of iron. So instead, I could just double my build that I have currently. I mean, I literally even have space for it. I could just copy this and plop it right there, and boom, there's twice as much iron. I would need more iron ore and more space, but I could just use stage 1. So all that to say, there's lots of ways that you as the player can choose, and I think that's one of the cool things about pYanodon's is by the end of the playthrough, 2 players who have both beaten pYanodon's are going to have wildly different experiences. One other way that those experiences differ that you'll find in your first 100 hours are these turd recipes. Now, I know it sounds a little silly, but it stands for something, the Technological Upgrade and Research Device. And as you upgrade, or as you research these, you actually get to select one of 3 upgrades that completely changes the rest of your playthrough for that kind of process. So in this case, it's an upgrade for the fastwood forestry. And one of them allows us to change our wood to fiber recipe into a much more productive recipe that also gives us biomass and regular fiber. One of them allowed us to change our productivity from 4 logs into 20 to 4 logs into 40, and it's much faster. You can see that's a 1-second recipe time, and this was a 4-second recipe time. Or this one changes it so that your fastwood forestry uses more ash, but instead, what does this actually change? It changes how much energy, no. Sorry, I don't actually know what this one does, because I didn't choose it. It uses more ash. That seems like a bad thing. It'll generate part of the electricity consumed by the building. Oh, there it is. So it has an effect on the forestry, on the forestry buildings themselves, which grow the logs. You can see that it shows real speed plus 50%. So that means it'll grow trees 50% faster without consuming more energy. And it'll be more productive. And that productivity is a pretty big deal too. You'll notice it also has speed plus 550%, but you can kind of ignore that because that's the speed it has to add to work with the modules that are in the building to produce an effective increase of 50%. So just know that it increases productivity by 50% and speed by 50%. So that's a pretty huge upgrade as well. So you get to choose, and different players are going to choose different ones, and that's going to impact how you build out your fiber production or your wood production for the rest of the game. And there's a lot of those upgrades that you get throughout the game. It's really cool. Now, once you finally get green science, or I should say batteries, once you finally get batteries, which whew, those are a whole thing, then you can finally build these guys, combinators. And you can build signals once you have circuits. I think rails unlock in pyscience pack 1. But until you have batteries, you cannot make combinators. And you really need combinators to make if you're using LTN or Project Cybersyn, you pretty much need combinators before you start setting up rail stuff. So I decided to go ahead and set up green science before I moved to starting rails. Some players start rails earlier than that, but it's up to you. So we automated all of our rail stuff. You'll notice there's a sushi belt here. I kind of wanted to try out a sushi mall, so I did. It's mixed effect. It's certainly easier to make a sushi mall because we just have all the different inputs being held back by however much we want to put on the belt. And then buildings just take off and put back onto the sushi belt as desired, or maybe into a chest if we don't need that item again. And that's kind of nice, because then we didn't have to think about, wait, which belt needs to go to this building? So, I don't know. I actually think this might have been worth it in retrospect. And also in PyScience 1, you end up getting roboports once you have batteries, and pYanobots once you have fish and batteries. And so you can start doing construction bots and roboport stuff. And so we set up our rail network, and our rails are set up in a nice little modular system. So you've got straight sections that can connect intersections, and they're all, you know, the snapping is all nice and perfect. And then you've got a 3-way and a 4-way intersection. I didn't make a straight junction just because it's not very often I'm going to need that. But these can go wherever. So I can make a 2x1 block. Like, the plan for this block is not to have a straight section here, but to go out to here. And so that way it'll be like a 2x1 block. And then I made the stations that kind of lock... Uh-oh. Wait, what happened? Oh, I screwed it up at some point, apparently. That's bad. Well, that's an LOL moment. But the good news is shift plus arrow keys allows me to fix this real quick. LOL. There we go. Now it's lining up again. And you can see, like it always was, perfectly lined up with our intersections. So I can kind of put stations wherever we want. And that way, and we're using 1-1 trains, by the way. That's why I can have such short little turnarounds. But yeah, that way we can kind of put stations wherever we want inside of a block. And then you can see, as I'm doing here, I extend the stations by adding more, as many as I want, of these little U-shaped things onto it. And so this right here was our first major train area. The very first thing we automated was lamps to put into the train network. And the reason I did that is because we need lamps to make hydrogen chloride, and we need HCl to make zinc chloride, and we needed zinc chloride to make activated carbon, and we needed activated carbon to make refined syngas, and we needed refined syngas and drill heads, which we're making up here, which need a bunch of metals, to mine niobium ore. That's it. That's kind of actually where we're at in the playthrough at this point. So we also made a hot molten salt plant once we got the train network up and running, which provides coal dust and coal to the network. And hot molten salt basically requires a fuel, and then it turns molten salt into even hotter molten salt, which then makes a lot of high pressure steam. This is the best way to make power once you're in Py1 science. You can easily get hundreds of megawatts out of this. Prior to that, you use geothermal plants, which... Where are my geothermal plants? Ah, like this. So geothermal plants make about, was it 60? I think about 60 megawatts a piece of renewable free power. I think it was about 60 megawatts. It actually gets slightly more as mining productivity goes up, because the geothermal buildings are affected by mining productivity. So, what do you guys think? What else? Did I miss anything in my base tour? Probably the tar processing. So the tar processing, I skipped this earlier, but it is a big setup. First step is raw coal into coal gas, and then you kind of process the coal as well into coal gas and tar, and then coal gas can be processed into syngas and tar, and all of that goes into a tar plus steam cracker, which makes middle oil and creosote and anthracene and pitch. And then pitch can be cracked into coke and hydrogen and light oil and naphthalene and anthracene. And there's just so many things. We are just venting the hydrogen, but the rest of it we're using. And the middle oil becomes light oil and carbolic oil and naphthalene, and the anthracene becomes coke and gasoline, and the light oil becomes aromatics and gasoline, and the naphthalene becomes creosote, and the carbolic becomes creosote, and the anthracene becomes creosote, and all of that turns into just a huge jumble of pipes. You'll notice I'm using advanced fluid handling because if you're using vanilla pipes, this whole thing becomes even messier. I really like advanced fluid handling because it allows you to kind of stay organized with all these different pipelines without needing tons of extra space. Some people like vanilla pipes. I got nothing against that, but I like advanced fluid handling pipes. And then we have various circuit controls to say when to turn on or off certain processes. So like when coke is backed up, we start pumping anthracene. No. I don't know. When coke is backed up, we start doing something different. I don't even remember. This is pYanodon's. That was like 70 hours ago. Who knows what we did? But yeah, that's the base. Does anybody want to see another part of the base? I can kind of skim through the metals processing area shortly here. Tin processing was the biggest one yet. We needed a huge amount of buildings for tin processing. Up here we've got aluminum, borax, antimony, copper, steel, iron. Here we've got our alloys like duralumin, vitraloy, iron nexylate, antimony special alloy, lead antimony alloy. We're making sand castings over here. You can see I tried to have all my ores together on a sort of bus, so this is where all my raw ores were coming in, but that didn't last very long. All the ash is being fed to a central ash mountain depot where I was just filling up these for a while, but once those got pretty full, like really full, I have millions of ash, I decided to start separating it. And this is not supposed to be jammed up, so this is something we'll have to fix. Right. I'm not using up the coal dust. We need to be getting rid of the excess coal dust. So there you go. We got to fix that. And yeah, there you go. That's pYanodon's 100 hours in a nutshell. I mean, there's so much I didn't cover, right? This was 100 hours of gameplay. But hopefully it was a little bit of an overview on the types of things you can expect to see in your first 100 hours. I can't recommend PyMods enough. It truly is an incredible mod pack, and it's only gotten better balanced. The early game experience is very smooth now. It used to be really rough before, I would say right when Alien Life came out, the beginning of the game was pretty rough, but then they came out with a huge patch that overhauled everything, and then they came out with Alternative Energy, which overhauled the experience even more, and now the early game is just spot on. It's really great. So yeah, I've really been enjoying it. Can't recommend it enough, and I hope you guys have enjoyed this tour. I know it was a little bit haphazard. I didn't go through all the milestones, but this was mainly for people that haven't been following the series. If you want to go see all of these milestones, then go check out the whole series. It's on YouTube here. And yeah, I hope it maybe inspires you to play pYanodon's. One thing I do want to note, which I'll probably edit this to be closer to the beginning of the video, is the Zen Garden approach. This whole mod pack is too big to start the game and think, I'm gonna beat Pi. When you start playing Factorio, you think, yeah, I want to launch a rocket. That's my goal. If that's your goal from minute 1 of Pi, and you start looking at what it takes to launch a rocket, you're gonna start to get a little overwhelmed. Like if you go down the road on any one of these ingredients, you'll start to realize like you've bitten off more than you can chew. So the Zen Garden approach, the term was used by Not Melon, I believe, first. And it's this idea that you're just tending to this little Zen garden, or like, you know, think about bonsai trees or something. You're just tending to the garden. You're just doing things that need to be done, and you're not worried too much about the overall progress. You're not worried if you're getting researches done. You're not worried if something's backed up somewhere else in the base, because it's always going to be backed up somewhere else in the base. But if you just do things one at a time, and you be calm about it, and you're like, I'm enjoying the process. Like, if you try to reframe your mentality so that you're excited about getting one step done, or you're like, I'm excited to get a bunch of things unblocked, you know, things that are backed up that shouldn't be. I'm excited to go do that. Like, if you can reframe your excitement from getting a new science pack to, instead I just built one build for more iron plates a second. Because in vanilla Factorio, building more iron plates a second can get done in like 10 minutes, or sometimes less. Maybe 30 minutes if it takes a little longer, but it's not gonna take 5 hours usually. But in Pi, sometimes it does take 5 hours. And so breaking things down into these smaller goals and letting those bring you joy is a really great way to experience pYanodon's that is going to leave you feeling a lot more satisfied than if you are trying to, you know, like, oh, I just want to get to green science, but it needs so many things and now I'm overwhelmed. So if you're feeling like the type of player that gets overwhelmed, you can play pYanodon's. You just need to change your mental approach a little bit. So there you have it. I hope you guys have enjoyed this base tour. For those of you that are here live, stick around. I'm gonna keep streaming, obviously, but I think that's gonna be it for the base tour. Oh, you know what? I didn't talk about my steam power in the base tour. This was how we started power originally. All sorts of raw coal was flowing into here and all sorts of ash was flowing out. It was great. Anyway, all right, now I'm gonna call it. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll see you in the next episode, hopefully, for the 200-hour base tour. And yes, leave a comment. Let me know what you think. I don't know, my brain's not working. I need more coffee. Oof, that was rough. I almost want to re-record that, to be perfectly honest. That was not the kind of base tour I was hoping for. I was so disjointed. That's gonna take some serious editing to turn that into a video I actually want to release. Anyway, so now what we're gonna do is take a quick break because I need to get a little bit more to drink and use the restroom, and then we're gonna come back and we're gonna record some normal Factorio episodes. And you know that first thing I'm going to be doing is unblocking this problem right here. Yeah, I could do another one that's abridged. So yeah, Dan Bopes, one of the things I'm trying to figure out with base tours. Sorry, I keep hitting the wrong button. What button did I mean to press there? I think I was trying to go into the map view. One thing I'm trying to figure out is, do I want to... I don't even know. I think I needed a better I think I needed a plan. I didn't have a plan going into that, and I think it was apparent. So for the 200-hour base tour, which is still a while away, but we should try to have a better plan than what we did for this one, which was non-existent. And I'm thinking... what I want to do is actually tour the base, so walk around the base while I'm talking. And so what I think I want to do next time is lay out, yeah, exactly, Dan Bopes. So lay out the milestones that were completed in the last 100 hours, and I'll have those like written down on a notepad next to me, and then we'll probably be physically walking around the base talking through each of those milestones as we go, and I'll put them in chronological order. I think that's maybe the plan for the next one. Yeah, screenshot on another monitor could work. I probably, well, not quite though, because they're not ordered, so I'll have to like go grab the different ones and then order them in order. Because there's the different categories aren't all in sequence. But yes, that idea is probably what I'll do. So yeah, 200-hour base tour. We'll make it great, don't worry. For now, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be right back, and we'll fix this ash problem and see if we can get some niobium done. Can you sort them at all? I don't think so. No, I think they're grouped the way they're grouped and you can't do anything about it. Okay. What's everybody talking about? Guess it would be hard to have a Twitch prediction for the 200-hour tour about how much of the 100-hour base will still be active. Yeah, you could certainly make your bets on Discord, and, you know, you could win brownie points, but Twitch prediction ain't gonna work for that. Bob's for 2.0 exists? Yeah, I saw that too. Not that I care that much, but I do think I probably want to play C-Block at some point. I do like Bob's Angels. For all the issues that it has, I do like it. And I do want to do a full C-Block playthrough at some point. So that is on the list of eventualities. Hello everyone, Krydax here, and welcome back to Season 3 of pYanodon's. This is a special live episode because this is our 100-hour playtime stream. If you missed the base tour, I already uploaded that, and... or did I? I don't actually know. It's possible it's not uploaded yet because I have to edit that one. But if I haven't, then it'll be coming out today or tomorrow. if you're watching this video when it came out in the future, if you're not here live, which some of you are. It's so weird to be talking to a present audience and a future audience at the same time. Anyway, problem right now, we've only done a couple things since the last episode, but we discovered our ash, this is not ash, might as well be ash. It's gray ash. Our coal dust is backed up because we are shipping it over to here, but then I'm not getting rid of it. And so we need to create a coal dust trash site. And this will be our first trash site. I have not yet made any trashing stations. But this is going to be our first trashing station. I think I want it to be over here, like on the top of this block. So we'll do that. And we will set up a coal dust trashing station. Now, how are we going to trash coal dust? Well, I'm glad you asked, because I don't know yet. Right now, I don't have a lot of ways to trash coal dust. I'm just gonna have to burn it. We're just gonna have to burn the hell out of it. What's up, Mandriod? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yes, I have set up activated carbon, and it has consumed quite a bit of coal dust, but we still have managed to fill up an entire 75k tank of refined syngas and our entire stockpile of activated carbon. Uh-oh, did I not limit drills? Nope, sure didn't. Drill head. No wonder I have no steel left. We ate all of our steel with drill heads. Oh my god. I made 5,000 drill heads, each of which require 1.33 steel. Oh god. Oh no. The humanity. The pYanodon's of the situation. What? Missing materials. Hey now, that's not good. Apparently, we didn't ever automate arithmetic combinators. So that needs to change. That worked out nicely. Get the copper cable from there, get the batteries from there, and then put those in there. Arithmetic. Limit 1 stack. And I'm gonna go ahead and make a few just to get it started, so that it'll stop complaining at me. And that should be good to go. So yeah, I mean, we're literally... This is so tricky. And why did these stop running? Oh. Yeah, there's two things going on here that I'm trying to figure out. One thing I'm trying to figure out is, should we just pull the excess coal dust straight out and use it to power our factory? That feels like step one. Or should I? Oh no, I don't know what to do here. Ugh. Because we're gonna make coal dust in other places too. So then we would need a request for coal dust here. I guess I could turn this into the place where I trash coal dust, and then I'll need to add a coal dust requester onto this area. And then we'll have the requester feed into the provider. That just feels wrong. Oh, mods. Oh. What's a mod setting? What's it called? Milestones. Oh, red snapper. Very nice. Oh, man. We totally should have used that. Look at all those milestones. It is kind of rough without them being listed by group, though, but it is kind of cool to see them all next to each other. So I could see you using both. Okay, so what am I doing here? So right now, coal dust is on the train network to make activated carbon. So then if we have byproduct coal dust, activated carbon will request that coal dust as well. So essentially this coal dust, if this is overflowing, which it is, then I just want to ditch it. So if this is coal dust greater than 7100, then we're out of here. And we are... The problem is it's not as energy dense as coal. I really need belt stacking. Because these all together use... Oh, they only use 40 megawatts. Okay, never mind. That's not as bad as I thought. Okay, so we're using the coal dust at higher priority than the coal. Only if we have enough of it. So this is going to... The downside... Jackson Wild, you made it! Welcome, welcome. Did I already say that? I don't remember. Also, Harem about limiting inserters based on logistic network. I normally do that, and I will in the future once we have provider and requester chests. Just for those, since they're storage chests, I wanted to do one slot. Anyway, okay, so the problem here is that the ash processing can potentially make a metric ash ton of coal dust, which then will mean that I'm not getting any coal. So the problem with this setup is we might end up with 0 regular coal for our base, because this doesn't guarantee... Well, no. No, we're using the coal dust from this as well. No, never mind. We should get coal. Sorry, I was thinking because we're not burning coal. No, we're fine. Because we're burning the coal dust that would be backing up the coal as well. Okay, but these have stopped? Because I don't have enough molten salt. That doesn't make sense. I guess that's just because we have too much pressurized steam. Okay, yeah, I have more than enough hot molten salt is why. Okay, well, I think we've done all this properly. What am I gonna do with the soot from ash processing? I am separating that as well, and then smelting the bits so that it's as dense as possible. And we're getting a surprising amount of iron from this. I wonder if that's mostly from the iron oxide rather than this iron. Probably. It's 20% soot is only 2% iron ore. And yeah, it's the iron oxide that's building up here. So who knows what I end up having to do with this iron. But, yeah, anyway. Okay, so that's dealt with, I think, now. I think it'll take a little while. You know what? Here's a new question. Is this gonna consume enough? Might not be. .5 ash a second. If my base isn't using enough power, which it's not, it's only using 100 megawatts, right? Wait, is that right? My base is only using 100 megawatts? That doesn't sound right. Research is busted. Alright, how is research busted? Tell me your secrets. Oh yeah, Coke isn't working. Why isn't Coke working? Steam isn't working. Steam isn't working because, oh, this is literally killing my base because we're not consuming all of this ash. Jeez. If I put it on both sides of the belt, would it help? Technically it would, but it's getting there. It's getting there. I think this will catch everything up after a few minutes. Okay, so back to niobium. We just did organic solvent from the carbolic and naphthalene. But yeah, first I want to deal with this, which is output priority right. No, I can't use this one. Sorry, I have to do another splitter here of output priority right. Okay, and then this needs to just get consumed. How? Just boilers? Who knew I needed regular boilers again? This feels wrong. But what else am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? I don't think we need a ton. Because 2.5 ash a second is only a couple boilers. So this is just the panic mode. But then, see, I don't like this either, because then we don't have a little buffer here of, like, free power. We're pretty quickly turning from usable power to wasted power. But I guess if it's flowing... But it doesn't flow, it flows in spurts. A lot of interesting... I don't know. I mean, I always can just load her into a chest. And then we've got a nice little buffer there. Alright, and then these guys just get vented. No, I'm not going to worry about making power with it because we already are making power with these. So if we needed power, we would have been using it over there already. So I don't think it's necessary to double back up my power. Hey, Nicaea, welcome, welcome. Glad you're catching the live stream. I always wondered why you fed the inputs from the belt straight into the processors as opposed to just adding a few outputs at the end of Ash Mountain to the processor. Blah, 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 blah. That's because the warehouse is already full, Dan Bopes, so it's kind of pointless. Like, I don't want to empty the warehouses, and I don't want to fill the warehouses right now. So them being kind of neutral at the moment is what I want. Eventually, when I need more, when I'm using large amounts of ash as like a, what's the word? 1.2 a second, yeah. Eventually, when I'm using large amounts of ash, I'll probably, you know, do something different with that, but... You miss live stream pie? Yeah, live stream pie is good. Good stuff. Alright. Wait, I've screwed this up. I need one more square, and then I can feed back onto this. But then we're not prioritizing it? Is that okay? Maybe? Vrauks are next from the YouTube playlist. You're a little behind if Vrauks are next. Okay, good. It does seem to grab that one first. Alright, well, this is probably good enough to consume excess coal dust. And then that way we still have coal dust for activated carbon. Okay, I think we're good. We're good now. That's what he says. He's not confident about it, but that's what he says. Alright, now we're ready to start mining niobium ore. Ta-da! I already have 5 niobium mines. Oh, and we ran out of steel. That's right, and we're still out of steel, aren't we? Oh, double check the inserters. Wait, what? Did I screw it up? That one's just unnecessary. But yeah, everything's fine otherwise. Steel. Steel is not lit up, so let's fix that. Okay, good. Iron's finally backing up. Makes me feel slightly better about things. The worst part is, like, I could upgrade my steel, but it just doesn't feel necessary right now. Because by the time I do it, it'll be backed up again. The issue that we discovered about an hour ago is that I spent it all on drill heads on accident because I didn't limit drill heads. So we've got just a cool 5,000 drill heads sitting here that represents what, like 7,000 steel that we used, which is unfortunate, and there's just nothing I can do about that. So that's kind of a bummer. Alright, and by the way, this one's not hooked up, which it needs to be. And then it needs to be set to refined syngas. And then we need to hook that up to there. So now we can deliver refined syngas. Yeah, exactly. At least I won't run out of drill heads anytime soon. Joke's on me. LOL not. That's going the wrong direction. And we want to go down here. All right. So this is the zone of building niobium ore. Go ahead and collect a bunch of wood here. Why is that so loud? Code Green, you gotta turn down the vacuum on that thing. I love that we're vacuuming up trees. We're just ghost busting the forest itself. G-Host, that's why the plan is to not upgrade to tier 2 fluid wagons. Don't you worry, we did think about that. And the reasoning is that I'm pretty sure that fluid wagons aren't ever going to be backing up, like, because their throughput's too small. So I'm just not worried about fluid wagon traffic. Like, I don't really think I care about having a 50k fluid wagon. I will say this is the most satisfying way to get rid of a forest. This might even be better than flamethrowers. Though it's still not better than the combat shotgun. I think the combat shotgun wins in my book. Combat shotgun is bae. Alright, so we're gonna need drill heads in and then niobium out. So I could do a sushi, or I could do something simple. Cluster grenades are cool, but they're not as fun as combat shotgun for me. Yeah, no, the wagons go regular, half size is the ordering. So I do want to support solid wagons of half size. I don't care to support fluid wagons, which means we will end the game, if we beat the game. We will beat the game with tier 3 fluid wagons, and I'll never upgrade to tier 4. That's just my plan. I just don't think it's gonna matter that much. When you look at the fluid wagons, it goes from... Well, it does double. It does go from 75k to 150k, but like, I think 75k is gonna be enough. I think it is. If it's not, maybe I'll have regrets. But yeah, I should just be able to do something like this, and then I can literally just feed the drill heads like this. Seems good to me. Pretty solid. And then we can just copy that build. So in this case, I need that one to be built. And then... Ah, dang, I didn't think about this. I don't have any landfill on me. Why don't I go grab some landfill, because I'm actually probably not that far from it. It's just to the west here. What is that? Is that lead? Coal reserve. You use kerosene to mine lead. Or coal. No, a rock. Uh-oh. We're leaving Tim behind. No Tim left behind. Is what my policy should be. If you're using 100,000 fluid before another train can get there, something's wrong. Yeah, that was kind of my thought too. Or if we're just using, if we're using that high of a rate of a certain fluid, I can just set up a second train, right? Like, it's mainly just going from 25k to 75k that I might, you know, actually want to do at some point. But we can already support that. All right, there's a little bit of landfill. Wow, we're leaving another Tim? Somehow I managed to leave 2 Tims. Here's Tim number 1. I'll let you catch up. And we'll leave Jenny behind. We'll see when Jenny catches up. All right. So, niobium mines are a go. Rygard, what's up? Congrats on the big 100. Thank you. We are getting there. So now I need... Do I have this basic F request. There we go. With refined syngas as the fluid. And then all we got to do is bring a tank into the situation. And then we should be able to store the refined syngas. Bloop. Right here. Wire that up to the input, which I have not seemed to do properly in the past. And then request refined syngas. 25,500. And we should see a train on the way any moment now. And then here, I just realized we're gonna need a third station. We need a fluid request, a solid request. No, we can do them in the same station. Haha. We'll just request drill heads here as well. Now, how many? 5 stacks, maybe? 10 stacks? We'll do 10 stacks at a time. I don't know how long they last. And it's not gonna tell me, is it? So these use 138 kilowatts. With efficiency 400. What does that even mean? Does that mean it only consumes a fourth of 138 kilowatts of drill heads? I think that's what that means. Which means 5 times 148 kilowatts divided by 4 means 185 kilowatts. And drill heads, I believe, are 5 megajoules apiece. And I did the wrong division, so we take it to the power of -1. And so I'm using 0.037 drill heads per second, which is 2 drill heads a minute, which is 120 drill heads an hour, which is 2 stacks an hour. So 10 stacks feels like a bit much, actually. But that is my request threshold, and I already hit enter, so I guess that's what we're getting. Why have I not seen a train yet? I feel like we screwed something up. Shouldn't this have already generated a request? It is requesting. Okay, drill heads are incoming. Why is coal slime overflow? What the hell? I'm sorry. Oh. I did the thing. Requested the wrong fluid. There it is. There we go. Now it should bring in the right thing. Okay, I do need to unload drill heads. Is that fast enough? 6 inserters for 1,000 items. Nah, it's gonna take a while. I don't want to do that. I'll just do normal loader here. Alright, and then that gets unloaded onto a belt, which comes over and down. And then Niobium ore comes up. We pump this down. Here comes Tim. Here comes the Tim. Here comes the Tim. Where's the fluid input? Yo, Tiki McPhee, welcome, welcome. Thank you for those kind words. I'm glad you've been enjoying it. TNT, this is a fresh one. Ah, yes, there it is. Thank you, everybody. This is fresh based on, I don't know when you mean, but like, it's fresh as of a few months ago. So I imagine you are probably talking about Pi Season 2. Alright, so there's that. And any moment now we should see the fluid train, because those are really fast to fill. Uh-oh. Problems here too, huh? Now, I swear, cybernetic combinators output the request from the train. What is missing here? Anybody know? Like, it's not showing output signals of the request, but I'm 90% sure that's how they work. It shouldn't need to be wired to the station for CyberSend stuff. Oh, I'm right. I'm right. Negative 25K. Okay, it's working. Oh, did I select the wrong one? I can't do this. Oh, no. There we go. Oh, man. That is such a dirty thing that I'm gonna have to deal with this entire playthrough, and there's no way to prevent it because I have to have that enabled, because that's how we change assemblers' recipes based on ingredients, which we really want to do, especially as we get into the more mid to late game where we're doing train-based stuff. We're gonna be doing that. So we need those to be enabled that way, but it's just really rough. Yeah, I could do parameterization for it, but that doesn't necessarily fix that problem. I'm gonna run into that problem the whole game for a variety of reasons. Now this needs to be wired up, otherwise it's gonna keep requesting. And it already did. Well, we're gonna have Niobium drill heads 5 ever as well, apparently. Just ask Pi to make 10,000 unique icons, exactly. What I wish is that there was almost like... I mean, I guess there's not a good way to do it. Never mind. I was just thinking like a way that somehow those signals could be not there when I don't want them to be there, but then they are there when I want them to be there. Because most of the time I'm never going to want them to be there for filters. I would want them to be there for combinators, but even then it's only sometimes. It's only when I'm dealing with assembler stuff. So now that, yes, you guys are onto something. If those icons, which they don't appear when I'm searching my inventory, but if I click on this, like if I type syngas, Oh, wait, it doesn't show up here? But it does show up here. There we go. Like, all these wrong signals, if they did have an R at the bottom, that would be really helpful. Rather than the same icon. The ones that are not representing the actual item, if they had some sort of indicator, that would be great. It would be doubly great if somehow they had the number on them as well, but that's less important to me. Just having some way to visually distinguish them would be A+, because then that wouldn't happen. Now, I will say, even without it, this is something that I can manage without it. Like, I just need to make sure I'm selecting the actual icon, but it is kind of annoying. All right, and now what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna put this one on this side, which I wouldn't normally do for the niobium ore, and we'll load it in that way. But yeah, we got niobium ore, peeps. It's real. The beautiful light blue ore is a thing. I'm gonna take a screenshot of that for this episode's thumbnail. And then we're loading that in to here. And then we're sending that signal to the train network. And this is a provide station. And we call it niobium or P. And it's not... that's... I'll put it on one. It can, in fact, hurt me. No, it's not going to hurt me because we already have a lot of the other steps done. In fact, I don't know if there's anything else left. We have the ore. The only other thing we need is HCl and organic solvent and nitrogen and salt, and I have all of those. I have all of those, baby. We are niobiuming it up. If such a sentence is real words. Now, I do need more niobium mines. We're very short on those, but I need steel for that, which I don't own. Okay, so problem... I can delete these. What was the problem I was just about to fix? Shoot, I already lost it. Oh, the name of this one is niobium or input R. Oops. And then someone else pointed out, unfortunately, the way I was naming drill heads was confusing because drill heads R makes it look like I'm requesting drill heads. So we do need drill heads input R. So the naming convention, I just can't find a good one. Great mind axis think alike. Indeed. Hey, Croptic, glad you've been enjoying the series and the FFK2. Hope you've, I guess, yeah, FFK2 was really fun. I really liked that. Did steel production ever go up? I think so. I saw both of them running a minute ago. Yeah. Yeah, we doubled it properly. I don't know why it was dead for a little bit. Oh, because of coke production, because of ash backing up. So. Yeah, the problem with IN is it kind of looks like LN. I don't know. Speaking of K2, I'm going to go work on it some more. Have fun, Rygard. Oh, man. Yeah, arrows could work. Other people talk about using them in icons. See you later, Harem. Mother's Day in UK. We'll have fun with that, everybody. J7, Rygard is the maintainer of K2, not the creator of K2. Okay. That was weird. Speaking of Putinator, we need to add his name in, and we're gonna put him in the niobium thing. So, what did we decide? It was limestone in asphalt was really the way to do it. Because eventually I'll probably fill these blocks with asphalt or something. Is that 7? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright, so Putinator gets his name in game because he made the quick ride mod and he requested it, and he couldn't be here today. And it's a long name, but we're doing the full thing. Wait. Oh, I screwed that up. Get out of here, bots. I don't need your help. Utinator. Boom. Oh. Didn't think that one through, did I? Did I now? It's not fully homogeneous, but yeah, it's a little too much. If anyone is a graphic designer and would like to help pYanodon's with their textures, because it's really hard to make them because of the way they tile and stuff. It's not easy. Wait, what? No, stop! You're stealing my stuff! That was funny. I changed the tile that was there, but it didn't change their deconstruction request. Alright, Putinator's the maker of the quick ride mod, and he's certainly earned having his name in game with adding the ability to hop onto trains. Anyway, what am I doing now? Niobium. So we need all the buildings for this, so we're gonna have to do some crafting here. And 300 nitrogen. Surely that's not possible. This is gonna be 75 DDCs, baby. Oh, jeez. Like, I knew we probably weren't gonna actually get to 8 a second, but I didn't know we'd be that far off. Good God. Now that's gonna be enough oxygen for the rest of the base if we did that. Jeez. Wow. Alright, so we're gonna go get some of the crafting buildings we need. Which, I'll need to pin this. So we can pull up the summary. Well, actually, I don't want the summary because I only need some of the buildings. So I need a bunch of electrolyzers. Which are, the steel. Do we have steel in a box somewhere? Maybe we're gonna be saved. If we don't have steel in a box, we're gonna have problems here. 17,685. Okay, that's not bad. And 298. Oh no. The steel in a box is my steel being provided. No, and the steel in that box is, no, I have no steel. I have 17 steel in a box. That's it. Well, we're officially out of steel, and it is ruining everything. Maybe it is time for molten iron. Okay, realistically, how quickly can I do molten iron in a small dose just to get a bunch of steel? Okay, so this build that I whipped up would be 32 molten iron a second. let's cut that by, we'll say 8. So it's like 4 molten iron a second. How much steel would that be? Steel from molten. I haven't even researched it. Oh my god. Oh no. Okay, well we're gonna beeline that. 4, what did I say? I said 4 a second. That would only be 1 steel a second. How much steel am I getting? Honestly though, 1 a second would double my steel production. I'm not even getting 1 a second right now. Yeah, no, I should put a limiter on the steel. Wait, was this supposed to be 2 things? Oh, not really. But I'm more just worried about the overall rate. But it's like 1 a second, so we might be okay here. Yeah, filtration media is pretty good on the purest nitrogen. That's always an option. For now, though, I just want cheap and easy, so that's just probably a bunch of DDCs. Which don't require steel, so let's work on those. What am I out of? Copper now? Yeah. Alright. Oh, man. Shoulder's killing me. Chemical plants. Okay, let me change these numbers real quick because I think I want to build half of this. To start. So we're gonna change that down to 4. And less than half of it for the nitrogen. So that leaves me with only needing 2 and 1. So we'll say 3 and 2. So exactly 5 chemical plants, 2 classifiers, 3 ball mills, which need steel, 2 jaw crushers, which need steel, and then the 4 electrolyzers, which need steel. Okay, getting there. There's 2 jaw crushers. You also need pressure pumps. Yep, a lot of pressure pumps. Ugh, stretching is good. A Mark II powered tree farm. Ooh. 75 DDCs is actually cheap because we don't need steel for it. And at least for now, our iron is kind of irrelevant when it comes to steel cost. Yeah, I tweaked something in my shoulder. I don't think it's my rotator cuff. It's like something about the trap and how it connects, and I don't know. But it's been jacked up for like a couple weeks now, and I probably need to see somebody because it's not getting better, which is concerning. All right, ball mill. Where's one of them? This is riveting. Watching the steel flow in. Ugh. All right, pressure pumps. How many pressure pumps do I need? Let's see. Air. So it's 200 a second. So we don't need many. 4 at this full build, which I'm not doing. So 2 is probably enough. Of course, they need steel as well. Good gravy. All right, there's gotta be something else we can do. What else did we have on the list? Get rid of oxygen. Blah, blah, blah. I can't do any of that right now. What I could do right now, because it only requires iron, is belt out my biocrud. Well, we should probably be done with this episode soon. But we can at least start that process, and then steel will build up between episodes a little bit, maybe. But yeah, what we need to do, because it's only gonna back up eventually, is get all of the biocrud that we have randomly being distributed onto a belt and get that out to the train network. So that way we're dealing with biocrud. So train bus is over here, so some sort of belt coming in, maybe from down here. Okay. I'm feeling that. So there's our biocrud belt, and it's going to share with, or maybe it'll just go on this belt. Yeah. Okay, so there's biocrud. I would love, Raggard's probably already gone, but I personally do not like this. I don't like that you can't, it's just, I don't know why. I'm sure they changed it for some reason that makes sense for probably a lot of players, but for me, I want the blueprints to instantly deconstruct. I don't want to have to do this thing where I mine one of them and then I can click and drag. For me, that actually really is not how I like the blueprints in map view to work. I just want to be able to right click over them and drag immediately. Yeah, I mean, again, like I said, I'm guessing you changed it because that works better for most people to prevent accidental deconstructions or something, but for me, I actually really hate it. Can mods change that, or is that the kind of thing that mods can't ever touch either, and I'm just gonna be a sad little panda? I'm imagining mods can't fix that either. Maybe they can. Oh, sad. Yeah. I mean, again, like I said, I'm not saying it's necessarily an intentionally bad design decision. I just personally, like, for my workflow, it's really bothersome. Because it's this weird thing of, like, you have to mine one of them, but then you can click and drag. Whereas, like, when you're in person, you have to mine each one, and in the old system, before Space Age, you could just click and drag immediately, and it feels like this weird mixture that it's like, it always just breaks my brain either way. Okay, so we've got biocrud building up here, so let's get these out. And what we'll probably do is just a factory search for biocrud, and we can find all of our spots. Where it's showing up. Yeah, using the decon planer works, but the problem is decon planer only works in squares, and that can be annoying. But yeah. And the other problem is, like, the decon planer sometimes hits stuff that you don't want to hit. Here's most of the biocrud, is this one right here, because of how we're doing cellulose. Which is funny, because we're not even using copper zinc batteries anymore. Should I just kill this process? Yeah, I should. Copper zinc batteries are done forever. Like, straight up forever. So, and this cellulose isn't doing anything other than copper zinc batteries. So we are free to just delete this. This feels wrong and bad, but I'm doing it. Yes, that is what cousin stands for. CUZN. Ah! Alright. So these are dead. These are dead. Now, hopefully these signals weren't doing anything other than that. Doesn't seem like they are. I think those signals were only for that. Yeah. We're deleting cousin batteries because cousin batteries is no longer needed. He's weird and we don't like him. So cousin batteries can go bye-bye. Oh, Inventory's full. Time for a trash chest. Filled with logs and limestone. Wow, there's a lot going on that copper zinc batteries ended up needing. I'm also curious, did I like delete a load-bearing power pole somewhere on accident? $590. No, we're good. What did Cousin Battery ever do to me? He beat me up when I was a kid. Alright, BioCrud. Well, that's not BioCrud. Okay, so BioCrud's here. And then. Yeah, there's like a lot of weird places it shows up. So we'll deal with that in the beginning of the next episode. But I think we'll call this an episode for those here live. Stick around, we're gonna keep streaming. I don't think I broke the fluid network, don't worry. I don't generally have the pass-through of a building being part of the spine of a fluid network, partially for this reason. But yeah, so for those of you from future YouTube, as always, thank you for watching. Let me know what you think down in the comments, and I'll see you guys in the next one. I deleted it because it's no longer needed because we're using the regular batteries now. You get a second recipe for circuit boards that uses standard batteries rather than copper zinc ones. And it makes 5 circuits instead of 3. So it's just better. Better all around. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick restroom break. I will be back and we will get... I think we'll actually get Niobium in this next episode. So that's exciting. I should also save the game. I haven't saved in a while. Also, what's up, Mellow Inventor and Tom Langton? You just started watching the Pi series? Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff in it. I will be back in just a couple minutes. We're back. All right, Zero Hoots, welcome, welcome. Glad to hear the series has been helping you in your own pie run. I'm really okay. I'm pretty chuffed. First of all, I just like that word. We don't use it in the US very often unless we watch British TV shows, and it's a great word. But I'm actually really happy with how many people have said that. And I don't want to like I don't want to let it go to my head like, oh, look at me, so many people are playing pie because of me. But like, it's actually it's a really good feeling that like a lot of people have, I mean, we're probably talking 20 or 30 at this point, have left me a message either on Discord or YouTube or Twitch or whatever, where it's like, oh, like my approach to pYanodon's has actually helped other people want to start pYanodon's. And that's really encouraging. And like, I don't know, I'm just really encouraged by that. And I'm really thankful that like, that's true, because I do feel like pie got kind of a bad rep early on, and that kind of stuck with the Factorio players who are kind of the old hats who like would just basically tell people almost like you don't want to try pYanodon's. I'm even starting to change my mind on like if people are considering pYanodon's for their first mod. I still think it's probably not the best first mod if they've never played modded before and they're not into complex mod packs in other games. Like if you've played Greg Tech New Horizons in Minecraft, you could probably play Factorio and then your first modded Factorio could be pie. I would still say something like Crastorio is going to be good to get your feet wet, or Bob's Angels or whatever, because pYanodon's does have a ton of new things like byproducts, which aren't much of a thing in Pi, or in Space Age, or in Factorio Vanilla. They're a little bit more of a thing in Space Age, but still not huge. So I do think that there's still a lot, but with the Zen Garden approach, it really is more approachable. And I don't want to take credit for that. Not Melon was the one that said Zen Garden first. I do think I've helped popularize it, but I certainly did not create it. But yeah, Rygard, I'm glad to hear. Yeah, because you've been. Are you still doing your pie run, Rygard? I've not been able to follow it. I'm one of those weird creators. I guess I make a lot of content, but I don't consume a lot of the same type of content that I create. Like I consume a lot of YouTube content, but it's never the type that I'm creating for some reason. You just got to Pi Science 1, you started over for 2.0. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Tom, you've not played since pre-Alien Life. Oh man, it's so different now. Alright, I'm gonna start recording again. Hello everyone, Krydax here, and welcome back to pYanodon's Season 3. We're still in our live stream celebration of 100 hours, and we ended the last one working on getting rid of BioCrud, because that's something I realized we needed to do. And so what we're going to do now is find all the places that BioCrud is hiding. And we're going to go at least here. Well, let's see, what's the way to do this? I'll put all of it in one box. That's not worrisome there. Okay, so now search for it again. Okay, so there's some up here. That's also just in a box. That's not being loaded up. But do we... Hold on. No, something's off here. Maybe? Oh, we're burning BioCrud here. Okay, so yeah, we don't have to worry about it. But we could... Hold on, no, we want BioCrud. We don't need to burn it, because I'm going to recycle it. So I actually want to take BioCrud from both of these processes and spaghetti their cozy little butts down to where the other BioCrud is, which is down here. And all of that is somehow going to get out to the east. I haven't figured that part out yet. Uh-oh, wait, what's this? Oh, that's just a blueprinted belt. I thought there was an item on the belt that like was backed up and we were running out of it. That's funny. Okay, so then this will come down here and then it will go over. And then, ooh, check this out. We can reverse that inserter, so now we're getting that biocrud out. And then copper zinc batteries, since they're dead now, I can reappropriate this line of beltage for spoilage. I mean, honestly, it kind of is the spoilage of pie. Biocrud is the equivalent of spoilage, to be perfectly honest. It's kind of the same thing. And that wood isn't going anywhere. All right, so there we go. So now biocrud's out from there. It's out from there. We're emptying the chest. Yes, rip in Pepperino's cousin battery. You know what? Here. They need a good burial. They need a good burial, and we need to add a couple more Patreon names to the Zen Garden. So this is perfect timing. The copper zinc batteries will get to retire. They like to hang out with their friend Train Boy, so they get to retire here. Most of them like to live in a comfy chest, but a few of them like to free range it. So there you go. And as far as Patreon names, we've got 2 more to add today. As always, thank you so much to all the Patreon supporters. Today's getting added to the Zen Garden are Hematin. Which I need copper. Oh, that's funny. Apparently, it doesn't quite paste the mouse over construction doesn't quite work properly when you've got these certain letters picked out. That's funny. And I'm not blaming mouse over construction necessarily, Rygard. It could very well be, you know, text plate's fault. And then I need a few more. Lag idiot. Thank you two so much for your support on Patreon. Yeah, we'll keep retiring things that feel like they've earned their retirement. Copper zinc batteries definitely apply, because that's how you get your first circuits and your first splitters. Would be very funny if Space Age Aquilo had ships. Wait, what? Oh, you mean like boats? Okay, so we got that part. What are we doing? There's probably a few more. Item count of 2. I feel like there's just some random pieces that got thrown around is mostly what we're dealing with here. Item count of 6 over here. All right. And we're down to 256 random ones to the southwest. Biocrud and biocrud. All right. Now we're down to... Oh, wait. Sorry. It's 2 places. Oh, but this one is already managed on purpose. This is for fish. Right. Okay. Yeah, Nicaea, I think the idea of ships is a cool one. I mean, the cargo ships mod existed since a very early why am I running down there? I don't need to go there. Has existed since a very early version of Factorio. But the unfortunate truth is it just isn't that interesting. It's not really that different than trains. Like, fundamentally, the only reason in real life ships feel different is because of like IRL physics and IRL distances and times to some level. And those things just don't really apply as much in a video game world. So the idea of ships versus trains in a video game world is just often not that interesting because they often end up accomplishing the exact same goal. So it is kind of hard. Like, freight forwarding gets around it because you have islands, right? If you have islands, then you have a need for ships. But they still just feel like trains that just move things between islands. And so it really isn't that different. I mean, heck, if you think about Fulgora, that's basically what Fulgora is just they found a way to they were like, hey, what if we just used elevated rails instead of require the player to need boats? And now we've connected some conceptual dots so the player doesn't have to deal with the complexity of a whole different system. They can just use trains like their boats, because that's kind of what boats already are anyway. So I do kind of think that boats are, they're one of those things that, at least for me, I think they seem cooler than they actually are. Like, the idea sounds really cool, but then if you break down the game design behind what boats actually end up working like, I don't know if they're actually that interesting. Again, freight forwarding, they're cool, but they are just trains. They're just water trains. And that isn't, like, that crazy of a thing. Alright, I think we're gonna put this one here, so I have to move this guy up. Or over. Okay, now, that made no sense to me. What? Okay. Oh, never mind. Sorry, it's the wire that can't be stretched is the copper one on the right side, not the green one to the left. I thought it was the green wire it was saying couldn't be stretched, and I was like, then how did I go even further? But no, it's the other wire. Never mind. Alright, so this is going to be for BioCrud loading. This is going to be our first our full trash station. Trash station. That's really hard to say. It's just going to be basic provide. Right there. Can you pre-merge blueprinted? You can. That's cool. And this will provide on channel 3. And then we're going to name it TP trash provide. BioCrud. BioCrud toilet paper. It's kind of what that looks like. Alright, and then that goes over here. I'll just preemptively go over as far as I can. Load in. That'll be powered. And we're good to go. Oh, Nexalit poles will be nice. Hey, Big Cebus, you're playing Pi, automating Pi 1. Everything became easier after geothermal power. Yeah, geothermal helps a lot. It really does. It's a huge change. I don't think we need to do anything else with this. It should be it. And where's the BioCrud? I just want to make sure I hooked it up properly. We did. Here comes the goo. Alright, so, by the way, what can we do with BioCrud? Well, I'm glad you asked. It's used in this, which is a weird pyrolysis situation. I'm not really sure, like, how good this is. We'd have to do some comparing, and it's going to depend on your stage of the game, and probably even what turds you have selected. But it uses some red hot coke and logs. And then steam and vacuum I'm kind of ignoring. It is 500 degree steam, I want to point out. That's kind of important. But it's not like crazy expensive. And then you get carbon black, bio oil, syngas and tar, and a lot of CO2. Then there's wastewater. And that one requires B-type molasses, turns back into A-type molasses. I have no idea how expensive those are. So, okay, that goes 3 to 1, but then it requires 1 to 2. So you still need to make A-type molasses in the first place to run that. So there's some TUFRA cost to that, which we've never made before. We can just use it in a biomass power plant. I don't know why I forgot about that. We already knew about that. I just forgot about it. You can reprocess it with biomass, steam, and phytoplankton to get all sorts of fun stuff. carbon black, native flora, moss, Fawoge spores, cellulose, agar, fungal substrate, basic substrate, seed extract, arcad maggots, zogna bacteria. Holy cannolis, there's a lot of options there. That might be good? I don't even know. It's an ingredient in a fertilizer recipe later. And then you can just compost it, of course, for biomass. So anyway, we're gonna have a lot of things that decay into biocrud, so this is not the last time we're gonna see it. For now, I have a solution which requires steel. So let's go grab some more steel. Everything needs steel. Thankfully, it's been a few minutes, so there should be a little bit waiting for me. Yay! Alright, so for now, we're just gonna do a composter, and then we're gonna burn it. And I know that's boring. But until I have a need to reprocess biocrud, or I'm making biocrud in multiple places, this is at least a stopgap for now. So I guess I'll just put it over here even. And we'll do overflow. So output priority to the right. And then if we have too much, we go over here. We load it into the composter. And that makes biomass. And then we load the rest of it into the burner here, which will burn the biocrud, because biocrud is not, it doesn't have a fuel value. It just burns naturally, like any item does in a burner. This wouldn't work in hard mode, but then we need something to fuel the doodad, which is the biomass. So that should all work. Are there any electric burners? I don't think so. Though, I guess I haven't checked. But nothing by the name of electric burner exists, at least. Burn, baby, burn. Alright. Wait, we didn't finish crafting all of our junk. Electrolyzers. I need way more iron. Oh, we need all sorts of stuff. All right, go back over here. That's the wrong way, isn't it? Figures it out. Oh, it's so nice to have the train drive for you. All right. So we need a lot of iron. I need more pipes. Need all sorts of junk. Okay. Speaking of crud, what else do we have in our inventory? Wood, coal, chromium, coal dust, drill heads, sap, moss. I feel like we need to ditch some of these buildings that we're not really using, that were produced for one reason or another, because they're starting to get a little bit unwieldy. Alright, then let me grab more steel. Bunch of iron. Okay, so back to the build itself. How many electrolyzers did we need? We needed 4. And then we already made the chem plants. We made the classifiers. Did I get the ball mills? I don't know. We only have 1 out of 3, so there's 3. Jaw crushers we did get. I need more niobium mines. I can now make 5 more. That'll bring me to 10. That actually is the number we need. Oh god, no, no, no. We need to grab more miners here. And then I can make niobium mines, which are here. Okay, that should be everything we need for right now. Let's go place those niobium mines first. Automatic screeners used to cost a ton of steel. What do they even cost right now? They still cost quite a bit, 60 a piece, plus the fluid mining drill, which might cost more. Yeah, 5 more. Alright, anyway, we're just copying this build again, and again, and then I delete the bottom half. And then we ka-chunk, 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 ka-chunk. Alright. Why are we not ka-chunking? That was really weird. I was holding spacebar and I had already moused over those and it wasn't ka-chunking them. But then it did ka-chunk them. We have inconsistent ka-chunking. It's not that easy to say. You try it while you're on stream. Alright, and then now that's done, we go back up here. We're gonna get niobium plates. And with niobium plates, we can have logistics bots! I don't know what I'm gonna do with logistics bots, but we'll have them. Alright. We'll get station for niobium ore. Well, that is the niobium ore station already, I guess. So we want a requester station. And then probably a separate provider station for niobium plates. I think is healthy. We'll get this in here. Yeah, the first nichrome recipe is rough. I do remember that. Alright, and then this is gonna be niobium plate P, this is niobium ore R. And then stacks of ore. I don't know, we'll just start with 30 or maybe 40. Okay, now it has BR20. Bulk request 20. This is important. Yeah, I know I broke these belts, but they should fix themselves. As long as I didn't break belts down here. Yeah. So the BR20 thing is bulk request 20, and that's a logistics group. And when I change that on one, it will change them on all of them. And I will do that when I get to the next wagon. But when I do that, all of my warehouses need to be able to hold the amount that that wagon can hold, which in this case is going to be 40 stacks, and then eventually 80, and then eventually 160. So it does double every time. So if we have a bulk item that I only want full trains worth, then I need to start setting it up like this and like this. Because then this has 144 slots. Otherwise it only has 72 slots, and by the time I get to tier 3 trains, it would be too small. But this will be big enough to hold up to a tier 3 train. Technically this still can't even hold a tier 4 train. I don't know if we're ever gonna even need tier 4 trains. maybe for certain things. But because the problem is if I upgrade bulk request 20 to 40, then I can only request all of them. You know, I can't do it one at a time is what I'm saying. So it is a little bit of an interesting situation. But we'll just start here. I think that's good enough. And then 40 stacks is requested. We should see a train already filling up over here. Yep. Here we go. Yes, there are higher tiers of trains. It's great. Alright, so niobium ores coming in. That'll go up here. And this is where we'll process niobium. Or maybe over here, I don't know. We are going to need the HCl, which means we're going to need sodium hydroxide to be killed. We have saline water already here, and HCl already here, so I'll just actually pipe them up. Am I gonna... Hold on. Should I request these? There's a lot of things that give us HCl. We might even end up with HCl as a byproduct. So... And similarly, we might make saline water in other places. So I actually think I need to request what I'm making right here. It feels weird, but in the long run, I think it'll pay off. That should work. And then we need basic fluid request on hydrogen chloride. Make sure we actually get the fluid version. And what was the other thing? Saline water. Distilled engineer tiers. Beautiful. And then... why can't we pipette fluids? It's pipettes, man. They literally carry fluids. Hydrogen chloride, the actual fluid, and saline water. You know, I should probably parameterize these to match, as someone already mentioned. That should work. And then those need to go into tanks. What's the consumption rate on those? Salt is pretty high. How much is one evaporator again? Of salt? It's like over 10 a second. 11.5 a second. Okay. But that's 200 saline water a second. That's kind of a lot. So for that one, I want a bigger tank. I need one of these, one of these. Looks like I'm running out of lead to make those with. At some point, I'll probably automate the pie tanks in them all. I'll have them on hand, but that time is not yet. All right, so we'll have our fluids up here. Straight lines. With drilling fluid. How's that work again? Because I know you're right. I'm just forgetting what the actual recipe is. Jeez, that's such a weird recipe. Drill heads, pipes, concrete gets you 8k saline water. Is that ever worth it? I don't know if it is. Or is this one better or worse than the same thing? I don't even know. For now, we're just making drilling or saline water out of salt, and that's good enough. At some point, we might need another solution. All right, easy enough. Wire those up. Bing, bang, boom. And then we just gotta request the old HCl. Can I type HCl? No. Chloride. Sorry. Negative 25,500. And the saline water. Nope, that's the wrong one. I caught it. Don't worry. I saw it. Saline water. We will do 50,000 of that. It is fracking late game. Let's see. HCl plus saline water. Fluid request. Oh, now I'm doing plus instead of and. Do I like ampersands or plus signs? I might actually like plus signs more. I might like the plus signs more. Not sure. Alright, so we're there. We're doing it. Niobium buildings are going in. And I don't think we're going to need anything else. So we've got the ore, which gets crucified, and it gets us powder. Powder gets ball millified. Which I could direct insert. But that eventually stops working if we expand this, so I kind of don't want to do that. So I'll just put those there. And then we classify the dust into concentrate. And then we chemical plant the concentrate, solvent, and HCl into niobium complex. And then the niobium complex gets chemical planted with hydrogen to turn into niobium oxide. Did I say hydrogen? I meant nitrogen. And then we electrolyze finally into plates with a heaping crap ton, I believe is the technical term, of salt. So I need my evaporator. Probably just with a loader, just spitting out salt. All right, so that's that. Nitrogen we need to work on. Solvent. What are we doing for solvent? I didn't put solvent on a train, did I? I'm making solvent, but we haven't gotten it anywhere yet. Dang. Well, the good news is we have pumps available. Solvent. Solvent. Shoot. Okay, I didn't pump anything. Good. Wait. Now what did I do wrong? Oh, sorry. Those are requesters. We don't want to turn them on or off because they're filtered. So the filtered one will withdraw the correct thing every time. Every time it works, every time. All right, so we need to go get solvent on this train business. real quick. I'll say real quick, it might take a minute. 3.85 buttloads per crap ton. Yeah, something like that. Alright, so organic solvent, we're gonna have to pipe it all the way over to our fluid providing area, which is this one. And we'll make another one of these guys. We'll wire it up. I will say, being able to wire ghosts is such a huge benefit. I can't remember if that was a space age thing or not, but man, is it nice. Alright. So that's all wired correctly. I just need to hook this up into that one and have it enabled when solvent is less than 0. And now we just need to hook up solvent to this. And we're good to go. And solvent is being made there. So where do we want the pipeline? I mean, do I even have space for another pipeline over here? Not really. But I'll make it work. Yeah, not a huge fan. But I'll make it work. We'll start on the other end. How many ash loads were in Ash Mountain? Let's see. If we're just counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'd say these 600s, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, maybe. Yeah. 12 ash loads in my Ash Mountain, at least. Alright, so organic solvent comes out, and at least for now, come alongside the hot air. Ah! A gap! But then I think we'll actually come down to here. Like this. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, we're almost there. Boom. Boom. Hey, guess what, y'all? In just a few minutes, we will have niobium underground pipes. And those go 3 times as far. You heard that right. 3. Not double the distance, triple the distance. Check this stuff out. 32 underground length compared to 11. Oh, it's so good. It is so good. And we're gonna be able to just need way fewer pipes for this sort of thing, which is great. What's our extents? I don't think we're gonna make it in terms of pipeline extents. We will need a pump. I don't like pumping through the middle of all this nonsense. It feels pretty clunky. But look, until we have Renai transportation style fluid launchers that can cannon fluids with a hose attachment over the course of a long distance, that's what we got to deal with. Notify me 1 hour. Alright, we made it. Pretty much. And we'll just go next to the syngas here. Or what is this? Gasoline? Oh, this was for our fluid fuel, I think. Alright, and then we gotta go down. This guy. Ta-da! Alright, that wasn't too bad. And we should be getting more of it. Is this number going up over time? Yeah, it is. Alright. Now we've got everything we need, I think. And why do we not have HCl yet? We should... Oh! Oh... Wait. What did I... We need HCl in 2 places. That's right. I don't know why that escaped my mind. For the activated carbon, for the syngas, and for the niobium complex. So we need to deal with sodium hydroxide reintegration sooner than I thought. Which is just a washer. Easy enough. I should deal with it in a better way than this, but this is what we get for now. This is what we get. What we get is a pump jack and a power pole. And this can consume up to 2 a second sodium hydroxide, which needs to be on an overflow. And then that makes saline water, which then I don't know if my brain knows how words work, which then goes into the overall saline water network. However, we will have a pump separation here, so that's a one-way gate. Then we will have an overflow valve. So if we've got too much, we get rid of it. And then, to make sure we have space, we'll do a little tip-toppy-uppy on this one so that we always have a little bit of room left for saline water from the sodium hydroxide. So what that will do is it should get these running again. Oh my god, we're making 10 a second? Didn't realize it was that much. I guess we need a couple of these. I didn't realize we were making 10. If I'm making 10 a second, why am I putting it on one side of the belt? What is wrong with me? What are we doing? I mean, I can just longify 3 of them and call it a day. Alright. Let's get this set up a little better. Okay, so there's the water. That's 60 in, 300. Okay, more than enough water. And then this goes that way. Okay, that's a little better. That can handle 6 a second deletion of sodium hydroxide. which then will give us some top-up capability of saline water to refund the saline water that we spent on making it in the first place. Now, it doesn't refund the full amount, but it refunds 20%, I think? Which is a decent... I think that's worth refunding. And then that means we can make HCl, basically without getting stopped up. So then, once we've made enough HCl, we should see HCl pop over here. Alright, it's time. It's time for all the niobium buildings to be built. Glorious. I'm leaving plenty of room so that we can expand it later. Maybe put beacons in someday, if beacons actually exist. I think they're a myth, but some people say they exist in pYanodon's. Some people say. Alright. And then this one. The organic. What have I done? What was the other thing we needed? Organic. That's right. And then this guy. And then this guy. Okay. So the ore comes in. Bada bang. Bada boom. It needs 4 mechanical inserters a piece. Someday I'll switch over to only using yellow inserters, but that day is not quite yet. Alright, and then the output is weird. 1.9. Actually, it's like 2 a second, almost exactly. So 3 out. At each stage, we're gonna get some trash. So this one is stone. Right there. And then we turn around and go past these guys. Input. And then beacons are a myth. I mean, basically you just don't see beacons for a long time. Most people do not play Pi long enough to get to beacons. I mean, they just need all sorts of crazy crap. Diet beacons are not till blue science. And regular beacons are not till purple and Pi 3. So it's... most people just don't get that far. It's that simple. And they have unique mechanics, which I'm excited to get into at some point. But that's not today. When do you get red belts? About the same time as beacons. Red belts are... you need stainless steel and advanced small parts, which is Pi 2, and... is stainless steel Pi 2 as well? Okay, I guess it's before chemical science. So that's not quite as bad as I thought. I thought it was after chemical science. That's not quite that bad. All right, each one of these is 1 in, but up to 2.4 out. So that's 3 inserters of the yellow variety. Could probably make do with 2 inserters just because we're not making a full 3 in. I don't think. Right? It's close. I'll just go with 3 inserters. Alright, and then that filters out gravel. And then you guys... we'll leave the space, it's fine. We said we wanted it to be spaced out. And then that gets all the dust. 3.75. At this point, I think loaders are a pro. That's short for appropriate. And we're gonna do it all funky like. And then that gives us sand out. 2.3 total items a second out. Can't handle that with 3 inserters. Is any of this more than a half belt, by the way? This one is cutting it close, but it's not. Okay. All right, and then we need to get sand out of there. So there goes the SNAD. That building has an automatic output. You know what? That's a really good point. I think I'm now starting to understand why I haven't noticed this on other buildings. I thought that was a fluid output. Yes, I know the arrows are blue when it's a fluid output, but I think my brain just says, oh, this building outputs fluid over there when it has a fluid output. You know? I think that's what my brain was thinking. Yes, this is much nicer. I can just do that. You're playing Pi right now and you almost finished building Pi 1. When should you switch to building Rails? Xantex, I switched to Rails after getting Green Science, but you certainly don't need to wait that long. I just like waiting until Green Science because a lot of things open up in Green Science, and going a little bit further without Rails, I feel like gives you more flexibility on how to put stuff together with Rails, but at the same time, you could certainly do it the other way and just start as soon as you're capable. If you are using CyberSyn, though, you do need the combinators, which at least require batteries. And by the time you have batteries, you've already gotten a good step of the way towards Green Science, though there's a lot more than just batteries to Green Science. Beacons is like 400 to 500 hours. LOL. Yeah, that's gonna be a while. Now, did we put in a request for solvent? We did not. Let's do that. And then solvent goes there. And then we've got solvent, we've got complex. We've got concentrate. We'll get our salt input going for these guys. I might need loaders for that. They need a lot of salt each. Yeah, I think that's a job for loaders. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Looks good. Power, power, power. Complex connects up at the bottom. Guess I like to do it this way. No. Yeah, I think I build out when I'm going from bottom to top. So there's the nitrogen, there's the complex. Oh, it's so nice when we get productivity modules, because they can go in all of these buildings. So like 4% productivity ends up getting you, you know, 40% more niobium or something. Because I think every single step can be prodded. 1, 2, 3, 4. And yes, it doesn't give you exactly the same amount of productivity on the extra ingredients, the by ingredients, but as far as the niobium chain, it is linear. So you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 steps of productivity, which means whatever your productivity bonus is, taken to the power of 6. So if it was 4%, it'd be 1.04 to the 6th power is how much you're actually getting. Pretty swell. All right, before I hook up the ore, I want the other things to be ready. So first order of business is what's up with organic solvent? We just don't have enough. We're making about 600 a minute though, so that's good. And then we need all our DDCs making nitrogen. Maybe just on the back here. Okay, so if we did do the purest nitrogen filtering back, it doubles up, so we'd end up with 120, so it would 6 times multiplier, but you need a filtration media, which is not cheap. I mean, a single filtration media is, there's no cheap way to get it. I don't know which one comes first. I guess we have this one already, but I don't even know. Microfibers, fiber, sodium hydroxide. You need a bunch of gravel, a bunch of sand, a decent amount of activated carbon, which, to be fair, activated carbon's not that expensive other than the coal dust cost. Also, that's not non-zero. I don't know. You can also just make a bunch of DDCs. Okay, so I think we're gonna smushify pairs of these together. And then we're gonna have... Well, maybe not, because then I can't... If I just do singulars without reflecting anything, I can just do this. And this. And then this. And this. And then we have all four. All four things are already hooked up that way. And then we'll get 4 more, and then we'll copy that. We'll get 8. How's 12? We'll start with 12. Do 2.0 trains replace LTN and CyberSyn for Pi? Not really. The answer varies depending on the person. Some people would like to argue that vanilla trains now can do everything. And while that is, it's not technically true. It's also not, I would argue it's not really conceptually true either. Like, you can do a lot with the new system that you couldn't do before. That's very powerful with interrupts. But you can't quite do a simple logistics request system. You can approximate it, and the closer you can get to it, the more complexity it is to set it up in the first place, though. So it's kind of this trade-off of, like, LTN and CyberSyn allow you to do things like logistics quite easily, whereas if you want to approximate that with interrupts, it does get a lot harder. That being said, the new vanilla train systems are extremely powerful, and you can do a lot with them. I can't give you a perfect example, unfortunately, because I actually don't know a ton about the new train system and what all, like, how you would set that up. But a simple example is, like, if I had a bunch of iron plates in, you know, a place here, and I had a bunch of different places that wanted different amounts of iron plates in their, oh, weird, I missed some spots, but you can't see that I missed the spots, but I did with the asphalt. Anyway, sorry, but let's say I wanted 500 iron plates here, I wanted 1,000 iron plates there, I wanted 3,000 iron plates here. It's really easy to do all that with CyberSyn or LTN. It's not so easy to do that with interrupts and stuff. You can, I'm sure there are ways that you can work that out, but it's not as easy as just clicking all the numbers that you want. Right? Like all these different things in here, I didn't have to do anything with train schedules. I didn't have to do anything with interrupts. I just typed in the numbers of items that I wanted. So in terms of the simplicity with what you're getting versus how much work it is, Cybersyn is definitely superior to vanilla, and LTN is as well. They're both in the same camp. Anyway, what was I crafting? Why am I over here? Oh, I needed more ingredients for DDCs. Yes, and Rygard, you being in the camp that magic logistics trains are cheating is totally fair. Everybody has different thresholds for things. Also, I would argue that, I mean, and you probably agree, cheating is a harsh word, and you did put a smiley face there because I think you were kind of kidding. But I think it also just depends on what's fun for the player, right? Yeah, exactly. Like, if you don't like setting up train schedules, then having something like Cybersyn or LTN is a great mod. You know, if you really enjoy setting up complex train schedules, then those mods might actually be stealing fun from you. So some of it is also just which parts of the gameplay do you enjoy the most, and getting a mod suite of quality of life mods that helps lessen the parts that you don't like and increase the parts you do like, and that helps your overall experience just be more fun. Because yeah, as for whether it's cheating, I think it was... I get Not Melon and Code Green confused in my head. I know you two are different people, but for whatever reason, like, I don't remember which one of you said which thing. But one of them was basically saying, like, every quality of life mod is cheating. And, like, to some level, that's true, right? But, like, obviously, at some point, it's like, well, of course, but you're cheating in a very small way that actually helps you have more fun with the game. And I think that's why cheating is sometimes an unhelpful word, because often when we think about cheating, we think about cheat codes, which are like, you're playing Age of Empires and you type, you know, shoot, what's the one that gives you food? I can't remember, but anyway, you type the cheat code and it literally just gives you free food. Or in Factorio, it would be a cheat code where you just click on a button and now your chest is filled with steel. And that is like a cheat code. That's cheating. That often will make your game less fun. It's fun for a minute to have god powers, but then it pretty quickly becomes unfun. And quality of life mods are not that kind of cheating, right? And so I think it's helpful to differentiate, like, there's some spectrum somewhere where, like, straight, yeah, power overwhelming in StarCraft, or, you know, there is no spoon is in one of the RTS games, you know, and it's like, yeah, okay, all your units are invincible. Like, that's just God mode. That's not a quality of life thing. So yeah, there's a spectrum somewhere of, like, is it a God mode cheat, or is it just, it helps you a little bit cheat? You know, because a quality of life mod in a speedrun competition would be considered just straight up cheating, right? Like in an unmodded playthrough, that's cheating. But it's also not cheating in the sense that a god mode is cheating. Those obviously feel different. Oh, I needed to grab more pipes too. Oh yeah, id DQD. Yep, that's a classic one. Gabba Gabba Hey, I think was for Age of Empires 1. I believe that got you the car in Age of Empires 1. Yep, I remember that one. Should I handcraft these? No, I shouldn't. I'm gonna get back on a train. But yeah, all that to say, every player is gonna put different mods in a different place on that spectrum. Because, like, yes, technically they're on the spectrum of cheating, but they're obviously not the same as, I just filled a steel chest with circuits from minute 1 in pYanodon's, right? That's a different kind of cheating, which, if you're calling all of those the same word, cheating, it can be a little tricky because people are talking about a spectrum and they're using the same word for things that are 5% on the spectrum and the same word for things that are 95%, and that, I think, causes ill will, because people are like, but I'm not cheating with mods that are 95% of the way down the spectrum, and other people are like, but you are on the spectrum of cheating, and then I think you have miscommunications and all that sort of thing. Anyway, I think I've ranted about the word cheating many times on the Factory Must Grow podcast. Talked about, I mean, we talk about quality of life mods with almost every guest we have on the podcast. And the guests land in different places, which is awesome. I love the variety of perspectives. Alright, and I gotta get rid of these swivel things. Yeah, giving yourself early bots so you don't get carpal tunnel, that is cheating. But it probably means you're having a lot more fun with the game. Alright, let's get the rest of... Ooh, look at that. The swarm. Release the swarm. Hey, Jet Epic Man, thank you so much for the 6 months. I wonder if I should have... it's too late now. I could make this more dense if I really wanted to. But I don't think I really care that much, to be perfectly honest. You're using blueprint shotgun in Pi? You've been converted? Yeah, mouse over construction is pretty strong. I actually like... And I even would be willing to have it balanced even slightly more punishingly, the nanobots version, because mouse over construction can be a little too strong because you can just do this, and it's also annoying to do, but you can build things almost infinitely fast, whereas with nanobots, they're really freaking slow at first, and that kind of balances out things because you're like, I'm gonna build this manually because the nanobots are so slow. Whereas with mouse over construction, you don't really have that. And with the construction drones, which is the ones I kind of was forced to use in this playthrough, I didn't have that experience either. So I do like the nanobots being slower at first. Probably still a little overpowered, but not as much as the construction drones were, at least. Alright, now we need these pressure pumps. 1, 2, 3, 4. Pressurized air. That hooked up. I mean, that right there is 800, and these are using 240, so more than enough. Yeah, Ryguard, the blueprint shotgun sound effects and visual effects are top-notch. I love them. Okay, so we're gonna end up with a crap ton of extra purest nitrogen, which I can't really do anything with right now, so that just goes back into the atmosphere. Which can happen anywhere. And then the oxygen. I can certainly utilize that oxygen later and throw it in trains, but for now I'm just gonna ditch it. This is going to be a pretty consistent production line, so I don't think the buffer is going to matter too much. And I think we're almost ready to go. The only thing still lacking is the solvent. We're at 20k. So we're really close. If I drop this down to 20k, we'll get some. Oop. What? Uh-oh. Oh, I see what happened. It was because I changed the number. I needed to turn the output off for a second and then change the number. Yeah, pressure pumps used to be way worse. Okay, yeah, here's a solvent trip happening. Change that back to 24. 500. Okay, so solvent is on its way, and then we're gonna plug in niobium, and we're gonna see our first plates come out, and we'll probably have to call it an episode there. Ooh, these are actually fast enough to need 2 inserters apiece. Fancy. And we will have to deal with the trash. Which we already talked about how that will look at some point. Having a multi-provider trasher station should work fine. But yeah, we got solvent now. So I think, let me just run through. We have the extra ingredients there. Oh, I didn't hook up nitrogen. I was so close hitting the go button, but we weren't quite ready. Not quite ready. Now we can hit the go button. Alright. Oh, this is such a fun part. Plug it in, watch it run. Alright, there's niobium powder, which then becomes niobium dust. And then niobium dust becomes niobium concentrate. Powder, dust, concentrate, complex, oxide, I think. There it is. Niobium concentrate. Needs inserters. And we need 3 each. Forgot about that part, but that's easy to fix. There we go. And there we go, niobium complex. Bada bing, bada boom, making that niobium oxide. And then, yeah, we forgot about niobium oxide output, but that's fine too, because that just runs past these guys, and does this, and does this, and does this. And then we put it in each of them. And I don't know how much we need. Dang it, it's more than that. It's actually 3 inserters worth. And there we go. Right when the frames start dropping from Twitch for no reason again. First niobium plates, 103 hours. Boom, boom, boom. Nice. Well, that is a non-zero amount of niobium. I would actually say it's even a lot of niobium. Except we're limited. Hold on. We're limited on 12 DDCs. So at one point, I'm actually above 1 per second, even. And all I have to do is build more DDCs to get even more. So I'm pretty happy with this niobium build. I don't know the salt. I'm limited on salt as well. But I can fix that, like right now, and I will. I just deleted that entire thing of saline water. Not that it matters, saline water is free. It's just, whatchamacallit. I don't know why I can't think of the word. It's just power. That's the word I'm looking for. I guess it's also fluid fuel, but it's not too big of a deal. Anyway, that should be enough salt for both. Sweet! Okay, well, we're gonna call that an episode. Yeah, we got big power poles incoming. We've got logistics bots incoming. We've got... what other fancy things can niobium get us? Bigger, longer underground pipes. We have to set that up. So those are the main 3. We haven't researched big electric poles yet either. And stack inserters also. But yeah, let me finish big electric poles. No, I'm lagging on Twitch for some reason. I don't know why. This is something that happens sometimes. I think it's an internet provider issue. Or it's a problem with my extender, my Wi-Fi extender. I'd like to be hardwired in, but I can't be because it's like a completely different room. So that could be the issue too. Anyway, we're gonna call it an episode there. As always, thank you guys for watching. Let me know what you think in the comments. If you're here live, stick around, and I'll see you all next time. I know, right? Streaming over Wi-Fi, it's rough. But it's hardwired into the range extender. So it's not like, it's kind of over Wi-Fi, but it's kind of not. But it is. Little sausages. You're not wrong. They are kind of like little sausages. It's a funny way to put it. Alright, well, I'm very happy with this Niobium build. Exactly. It's over a cable, but the cable is over Wi-Fi. Good stuff. Hey, Boxy, thanks for the follow. The big-ass rock is zinc. And I assume it needs drill heads, yeah. Though, that's actually kind of nice, because then you don't need aromatics. Use a Wi-Fi cable. yeah, basically. What does the zinc mine actually cost? Oh, you know, just mechanical parts too, self-assembly monolayer materials, neuroprocessors, graphene rolls, some cobalt chromium alloy, red circuits, and stainless steel. No big deal. You know, we'll have that in no time. Oh god, we're not gonna have that ever. Just 20 ingredients. No, it's more like just 200 ingredients, if you count the ingredients of those ingredients. Goodness. Alright, I need to take another quick break. I'm gonna grab some more to drink, and then I'll use the restroom, and I'll be back in like a few minutes. And we shall be back. Don't change that channel. Oh, the chroma key is flickering. It's that blasted sun! Frickin' sunlight, man. Bring me to the cave. All right. Let's get back to pie. Hello everyone, Krydax here, and welcome back to pYanodon's Season 3. We made Niobium, and it feels so good. Look at those little guys. Those little silver plates. Love it. Alright, so we gotta load those into a train somewhere, and I don't know exactly when we're gonna use them, but sometime soon. Is this a provider? Yeah, we already set that up. That's already set up. That's already set up. So we should just need a belt down and a loader in. And I think that's it. I think that's it. I believe that works. So, what else do we need to do? I don't really know. I think this is fine. We dealt with all the trash stuff. We're dealing with excess sodium hydroxide. You know, but we're kind of not. Really, the sodium hydroxide should be going on a train. But wait, how does this work? So zinc activated carbon is always using sodium hydroxide, which then is using HCl. But the problem is I might be getting that HCl from somewhere else. Right now, I don't have that set up properly. So I guess there's no point to change all of this around right now. But at some point, I should be requesting the HCl from the network for the activated carbon, rather than making it right here. Because we get HCl as an output from other things, right? There's so many things that produce HCl, and it's a byproduct in a lot of cases. So because HCl is a byproduct, it's going to be all over the place. We're going to throw it back into the train network, and it'll get delivered to places that need it. And eventually, we might have a place that just dumps excess HCl. But yeah, we do need everything made from niobium. So I guess the next step is to bring niobium to the mall and make logistics bots? I already researched that, right? Yeah, we already have... No, we don't. Wait, where are the little dudes? Oh, they're in this one. There they are. Okay, and they only... Oh, they need nichrome too? Nichrome. My not beloved. So nichrome is expensive AF. You're reading that correctly. It's 18 plates per plate. So a nichrome is a lot. A lot of metal. And we need 2 per sausage, as someone called them. Little sausages. They do look a little bit like sausages. But that's fine. Oh, they have maximum operational time in reach now. I forgot about that. I'm curious what the other ones are. Twice the distance tier 2 can get. Tier 3 doubled again, and tier 4 not quite doubled again. That's a lot of charging still. I feel for being a tier 4 bot, it can't go that far without charging. But yeah, 300 meters only. I mean, my blocks are 200 across, so that's almost a full charge just to get across a block. Okay, now here's a question that I don't remember the answer to. Can bots charge at a roboport that is not part of their own network? Like, if I were to place a roboport here, can bots charge at it? I know they wouldn't be able to access the buildings inside, you know, logistics-wise, but if they're, like, flying right over it and they're like, hey, I need a charge, will they see this roboport as one to go to, or will they only look at ones from the network they're attached to? You'd think I'd know the answer to that, but I actually don't know what it would do. I don't know what it would do. Okay, so we need niobium in this sushi loop, is what I'm thinking. And you might be thinking, oh, just put it on a train, deliver it over here, bus it over here, we're good to go. Or we could use a caravan. Because this isn't really a train mall anyway. I don't really know if I want train inputs to be supported over here. So should I just use a caravan to bring the niobium? How long do I plan on this sushi area lasting? That's another good question. Honestly, potentially forever. I could see connecting a bunch of train inputs to it once we no longer have... Because a lot of the inputs to it are based on this, which I don't... Like, I built this to last. Built to last. Because these metal inputs are gonna... We're just gonna upgrade the metal stuff where it already is. Now, at some point I might need to add stations up here and change the belting of the metals, because they're kind of doing a weird, like, U-bend here. And that's not really necessary, but at the same time, it's a good system, and I don't think I'm gonna undo this anytime soon. And it makes sense for the mall to be where all the metals are accessible. So, yeah, I guess you've convinced me to train it over. Alright, our first niobium request is gonna be right here. And then we need a basic request station. And then we need to merge. And then we need to request niobium plots. And then we don't want the bulk. And, you know, I'm actually thinking I want to not have that be there. Because I'm going to accidentally forget that, and then I'm going to change this number, and then it's going to change the bulk request for every bulk requester on the whole map. That feels like something I don't want to do on accident. So instead, I should probably undo that. We'll just do 10 stacks. With a 9... we'll have a 10 stack threshold even, and that should be fine. But yeah, I want to change the basic requester station to not be on BR20. I can type BR20 if I need 20. I'm a grown up. Alright, basic request, change to you. That should fix that problem. And then niobium coming in on this belt. This is a fat bus. Good gravy. Oh, I forgot that belt, apparently. And then out. I'm definitely gonna do one lane there'll be something else I'll need on the other lane. Niobium. Nice work, bots. Girl, you got a fat bus. Yeah, I think it's a term of endearment. Anyway, Niobium's gonna come up and get loaded onto... Not sure which side of the belt. Because all these freaking... the utility box debacle of episode 47 or whatever it was. There's just so many utility boxes. So that being said, I do think that top side is the less crowded lane. So we will do another one of these. I guess that's not connected to logistics, so I can do that. And I do want to preemptively filter niobium for when we add a second thing onto this belt. And then that one's going to be based on niobium plate. And I'll do 15, maybe. I thought you said pi bus is a bad idea. Yeah, so the pi bus idea is a bad idea if your goal is to put everything on the bus. If your goal is only to put metals on the bus, that's different. Having some amount of bus is not, I don't think I've ever said is a bad idea entirely. It's more just that, like, if your goal is to build your entire base with a main bus, I think that's a bad idea. You can see here, I do not have a main bus, but I do have metals on a bus. Yes, there are too many utility boxes. It's because there was an issue with my brain where I never set the limit on this. So we ended up with 184 of them instead of just 10 of them. And they're not getting used up very quickly because they only go into the mechanical parts, and I'm not making those all that often. So it's gonna be a while before they all get used up. And at least for now, it's fine. At some point, I may have to manually take them off the belt, but I'm leaving them as a remembrance of my, not hubris, but just mistake, I guess. You know, in memoriam. Anyway, this should be like running now, right? Are we getting a niobium? Yep, niobium delivery. The first niobium delivery is being loaded as we speak. Here it is. Yes, yes, delicious. I guess we don't quite have enough niobium yet for that. No, we do, Never mind. Just takes a minute to load it. And then that'll get here, that'll go on there, and then we are good to go to make logistic spots. Almost. Sorry, I misspoke. There's still another thing we need. Nichrome. Freaking nichrome. And steam engines? Wait, these need steam engines too. Did we just put steam engines on the bus? Yeah, we did. Okay. But yeah, we'll start letting that fill up with stuff. We should have everything except the nichrome. Filter the bots so we don't get anything weird in there. Alright. Good to go, good to go. Alright, to make nichrome... this is a whole mess. Maybe I should put the alloys in their own block. Yeah, I kind of like that idea, actually. It doesn't look like I've done any of the alloys yet. So, alright, niobium needs to slide over to be with the other metals. And aluminum is not in the right place. I don't want antimony oxide to be more with the weird metals like aluminum and tin and lead. Next lead definitely goes over to the right with these guys. Get slightly more organized here. Stone brick. You know what? I can just delete. That block is not necessary. All right, so yeah, we'll go with like the normal-ish metals. Maybe somewhat organized. Yes, you can reorder the blocks. Hey, see you later, Mellow Inventor. Thanks for hanging out. All right, solder. I will move over. That's kind of like an alloy, but it's made differently, so I'm not going to put it in the same one as like nichrome, iron niobium alloy, like those types of alloys that end up basically being plates. I'm going to put in the same one. So anyway, I need a new block, and we're going to move that over. And then that's gonna have nichrome as the first one. Which honestly is a really simple recipe. It's just expensive as heck. So I don't know if I need to make this on the trains yet. Because I have nickel. No, I don't have nickel. Where's my nickel? I had a nickel for every time I couldn't find my nickel. Wait, where is nickel? I mean, I'm making it. I have nickel ore right up here. Where's it going? It's with Nexalit, and then right here it just peters out of existence. Just fizzles. Apparently that whole belt fizzles. Well, we're gonna need all of that on the trains eventually, so I might as well connect that belt up to somewhere in this massive bus. Oh, zinc acetate. Reading those two words together makes me shudder. Nightmares. My memory tells me that those are nightmares. That I had forgotten until you said them. Alright, we're gonna go on this side. Zinc acetate, just for those wondering, is this stuff. And it looks nice. You're like, oh, it's just acetic acid. And then you're like, oh, acetic acid is chromium and methanol and carbon dioxide. And methanol is not as easy as it sounds either. There are some reasonable ways to make it, but it's never fun, almost no matter how you do it. And you need like a lot of zinc acetate for something. I don't remember what. Oh wait, what am I doing? That was where I had my walkway originally. Okay. Go here. Oh gosh. Our trains are getting in the way. Alright, well that's there, and at least for now, I think... So I have nickel right here. Do I have chromium? I don't have chromium over here. But this is where I'm making alloys. So... I think I'm gonna make it right here. What was it? High pressure furnace? That I needed? I think this is where we'll do nichrome for now. There it is. Is that a lot of nitrogen? Yes, that is a lot of nitrogen. Ugh, I'm gonna need another one of these blocks. Which I might just put down here and pipe up the night. I just want to put it out of the way somewhere. Maybe I'll put it like right there. All right. Excuse me. All right, we'll need to get that built. And then we need to bring over chromium, but we already have nickel right here. So, yes, thank you. So then we load in, I don't even know. 2 inserters is more than I'm making per second of nickel, so I don't even care if it's enough to support what the buildings want. And then chromium. Gonna have to be on a new belt, which is gonna go just right here, and it'll just be like it doesn't even exist. Don't even see it until boom, chromium. A wild chromium appears. All right, there's that. Hook up the nitro. And then we load in the chromium right here, and then here. Boom, 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 power, power. Throw down a lamp. And baby, you got a stew going. There's nichrome. All right, nichrome is incredibly expensive, so this belt buffering alone is gonna cost me my entire fortune of nickel and chromium. The good news is we're not really using chromium for anything else right now, so it kind of doesn't matter. But it's still gonna be very expensive. I guess we could just sideload the nichrome onto there, and then we can control nichrome loading like this. Nichrome, do 5. Seems reasonable. And then we just need to build a crap ton of DDCs, which I actually somehow had all the ingredients for. And then I kind of want this to be like a lot closer, like that. I'll figure something else out for these other connections, because this one is the oxygen connection and it needs to go here. But then we've got the nitrogen connection, which is now just disconnected. Could do something crazy like this. Okay. Oh, you're right. We did just finish energy distribution 2. So then I can set up big power poles. Alright, I need all sorts of crap here. Thankfully, we're right next to our mall this time. We can just grab a bunch more stuff. Mainly these pesky 1 to 2s. And then pipes. More belts. Probably need... Actually, no, I don't need small parts. Doing okay on all that stuff. Science pack production amounting to a teaspoon per hour. Yeah, that is unfortunately an accurate statement. Oh, that was satisfying to watch the bots fly out. Oh. 8 hours of research. It's because this one is an ultra expensive one. It's a 2000 multiplier. 2000 groupings, as I'm calling that, of science. And that's a 3-to-1 ratio. So I'm actually held back on pyscience pack 1 right now, because I automated logistic packs to 0.1 a second. So 6 a minute. I automated these to 6 a minute until I got hot air for Glassworks, at which point I would have 9 a minute. So right now I'm getting 9 of these a minute and only 6 of these a minute, which means I'm only using 4.5 of these a minute because that's the limiter. And I should be getting 24 a minute of automation science packs. So though I did notice the flora patch is starting to run out, so that's possible that that's not actually making me 24 a minute. One science per sometime. Exactly. That is kind of how it works, isn't it? All right, now we've got this nitrogen, which is not even enough for how much I wanted of nichrome, but whatever. I don't even care right now. This is a non-zero amount of nichrome that we're going for, not a large amount. Okay, and then we need to bring it, yeah, pretty much just up along this. So we'll stick with the fish oil. And then in the corner. Boom! Nichrome! Boom, baby! Here, let me get a nice little shot of those. Oh, of course, now they're not running. There we go. Beautiful. Alright, nichrome is real. Hey, Jabba Flux! Welcome, welcome. You did catch the stream. I can almost do the pure nitrogen plus filters thing, yeah, but filters are expensive. Nitrogen's free. It's just DDCs and space and power. And it's not even that much power. DDCs are not... They're not that hungry. They're only 500 kilowatts a piece. So this whole thing is only 6 megawatts. I mean, maybe it's more like 7, because we're running like 1 pressure pump worth. I also don't need 4 pressure pumps. Hold on. Let me cut this down to 2. There's no reason to have 4, because that's still more than I need to have 2 for that size of block. Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, I am mistaken. Oh, the belts are not. Problem solved. There we go. Problem solved. Now I'm not mistaken. As soon as we get our nichrome, we'll have our first logistics bot. Oh my gosh, that is exciting freaking news. Now I'm gonna craft a bunch of these guys because we're gonna need them, and I'm actually gonna start replacing because I know some people like to use storage chests for this, but I do not, so I will not. I will not, cannot in a car. I will not, cannot, going far. I do not eat green eggs and ham. Alright. Oh, I don't need long inserters. Never gonna touch those. Right, let me grab some more circuits, which I have in this box. Perfect. Get some requester chests going. Now this is making me wish I had just manually transported the nichrome, because then I could have just used logistics bots to move the small amount of nichrome that we're gonna need. There it is, there it is! First logistics Pinobot, woohoo! This has been a monumental stream. What a perfect 100-hour stream. Imagine if I had been like 6 hours later in my playthrough, or like I was 6 hours slower. The things I was doing 3 hours ago were not all that interesting. I was just putting random things on the train network. But it's kind of fun that we got to do like actual exciting progress. Not that that's necessary, because the Zen Garden approach says we don't have to make exciting progress in every episode. But it is fun we got to do it on stream together. Oh, apparently I have trash that they're already taking away. Oh, I have a lot of trash. It's gonna take them a long time to get rid of all that. Where are they even taking it, by the way? I'm curious. We're gonna follow Tim and Jerry here. Sorry, Tom and Jerry is what I meant to say. Tim and Jerry. Tim and Jenny are the names I have for the construction bots that get stuck behind me when I'm going fast. But I'm calling these ones Tom and Jerry. Ah, they're going to the storage. Okay. Wonder if I stand like right on them. How long will this take? Look at it go. It's amazing. Just amazing. All right. So we're gonna need requester chests on the hotbar now. Oh, they're going for more charge. They almost finished the job. Go get some more juice and then come back. Gotta keep moving that biomass. I also want to note that the pYanobots are slightly better than they look because they have cargo capacity of 3. So it's super nice. They actually move 3 items at a time. And that makes them a bit more effective than they look at first. So really, with only 50 or 100 of them, you can already move a reasonable amount of cargo around. So the place that we're looking to use them is essentially wherever we have like really, really tiny requests per second. You know, I'm talking like 0.05 a second, where it's like, oh god, that's gonna last me, you know, if you think about per minute, it's like, what is that per minute? I can't do math. 3 a minute. That's only 3 a minute, right? And if you only need 3 a minute, then that's only 1 pYanobot trip per minute. And even if it takes the pYanobot a full 2 minutes to make the trip, you're only utilizing 2 pYanobots to do that. So that's the sort of place where I will start using logistics bots. I'm not going to use them all over the place, but for really small amounts, I'm happy to use them. Oh, I guess I should grab a little bit more landfill for my personal supply. And then I'll put those there. We need another RoboPort up in this region, because now we might have requests for the different plates. Ugh, it's amazing. There's still a lot of things that aren't in the network, but I'll add them as needed. DNA stuff? Yeah, like DNA stuff could be a good example. That's another good example of when to use logistics bots, is when you don't have a consistent need. So like not needing cDNA very often is also a good reason. Also, Java Flux, I will get your name in game, don't worry. I'm gonna wait until the episode's over. And then the caravan thing, what am I doing? The last caravan thing, you're dual loading from the steel belt and it's blocked. Where are we talking? I'm not seeing an issue with that steel. That's not powered. Are you talking about this one? Oh, you're so right. You're so right. I guess we just need that to be a loader, and then that solves our problem. Thank you for that. Man, that's the sort of stuff that'll break your base 13 hours from now, but then it'll be broken for 20 hours before you notice it. So that's rough stuff right there. I'm glad somebody caught that. I wonder how many mistakes there are like that throughout the base, just waiting for us to uncover them. Yeah, I should probably check the other belts. You're not wrong. Now, I want to point out, we could, at this point, now request things. I could request all I want, logistics-wise. But the problem is the bots are so slow right now that then we just have logistics bots flying all over the place, and I'm walking in and out of logistics zones because I haven't built Here, there's a button for it. You can see, like, whenever I walk out of this orange area, then all the bots are going to fly back to wherever they were, and then you're going to end up with all sorts of items in storage containers that were being delivered to me. So I want to be really cautious on logistics deliveries as of now. Now that's not a bad option, Dan. The problem, though, is it would require everything I'm requesting to be in the same area, which over the course of time will not be the case. Right now, it's not a bad idea, but eventually we're going to be requesting things from here and over here and over here, and I just want faster bots and better coverage before I do that. Eventually, we'll have enough bots, we'll have enough coverage, and the bots will be faster, and maybe even with tier 1 bots, I'll allow it, because they'll catch up to me eventually. Mainly, it's just that I want better coverage, so that I'm not constantly walking out of the zone and then they go return. I think once I do that, and once I have a few hundred logistics bots, then I don't really care too much. A train is stuck, though. Oh. Didn't connect it. How do we fix this easily? Oh, also, trash stuff from Niobium. I don't want to forget about that. I think I'll just do what I did with the other one, because we just need to ditch 10k solvent. That feels bad to waste, but I guess it's fine. Because there's no easy way to just grab it in my inventory and then take it back. Yeah, so the construction zone extender is not really related to what I'm talking about, because what that would do is it would just give me the ability to connect networks without having orange zones in between them. Which is like, if I wanted, let's say I wanted all of this to be green only and not orange, then construction zone extenders can do that. So that way bots aren't trying to deliver stuff to me out here. So if that was my goal, that would be what construction zone extenders would do for me. But that's not my goal. Come on, empty out. Is it not gonna make it by like a few units? Oh my gosh, by 40 units. There, one pipe should do it. That's funny. All right. Now a train shouldn't be stuck anymore. Okay, so that's done. We need to load those into a trash, a byproduct. How do I do this? So for byproduct, stone, gravel, and sand, we're going to be wanting full train worths. So then the input warehouse needs to be able to hold at least a full train of all three at the same time. I'm going to put it here, and we'll just move this guy like that. Should also add like another signal over here or something, so that it doesn't have to go quite as far. All right, so what we're gonna do here is a big ol' warehouse. This is gonna be a provider station, a multi-provider station, and we want it to load quickly, so I'll double that up. And we need this to be way bigger. Ah, we're out of chests. So we'll do that. And then that doesn't work. And then what do we have to change? Nothing? This changes to 3. But it's a byproduct provider, so it is higher priority, station priority 1. So things that are wanting stone, gravel, or sand will ask for them from this station before other stations. No, I've confused myself again. But how does that work when... So there's like 4 different scenarios with provide requests where it's like I have things that are provided, but I'm not requesting them yet. I'm lacking both. It's basically whether you're lacking or have either one. So there's 4 options. And I can never remember, because in this case, it's basically like I don't want to trash the things immediately. Sorry, my brain's broken. So there's 4 cases. How do I represent the 4 cases? I'll represent them. Let's think through this. So there's 4 cases. There's cases where I have what I'm providing. Sorry, that's requesting. I have what I'm providing, but the requesters are empty. And then there's the byproduct, which we'll put as storage. Those are like the trashers. There's cases where I have enough request but not provide. There's cases where I have neither, and there's cases where I have both. Okay, so in these cases, if I'm requesting lead plates and I don't have any, but I have a bunch in here, basically what we're doing is by having the trash chest, by going on channel 3, we're gonna have trashing stations that are on a lower priority. Yeah, this isn't gonna work. I just realized I have to do one different thing with trashing stations, which I think I did in my Angel Bob's Omni playthrough. I think we're gonna have to do it here. So here's the problem. With providing, the priorities work fine. You don't need to do anything else because providers just fill up as they get materials. And so if you're providing and only one station has what is being provided, then that will be the station that trains will come to grab from. If you're providing from multiple places, then the priorities just work as expected. You have enough steel in 2 different places, but you've got a higher priority to grab steel from station A. But requesting is different. Requesting with priority only cares when 2 things are hungry at the same time. And then the provider comes online, then the request priority matters. But it doesn't matter, like, most of the time. Because most of the time, like, as we're filling this up, like, basically, let me spell it out for you, because I don't feel like I'm being super clear. So on channel 3, we're providing to both normal requesters and trashing requesters. So the trashing requester is the yellow one here. In this, imagine these are train stations, right? So the yellow one is literally dumping things into the trash. Just imagine this is the trash over here. And this one is what we actually want. And these are being trashed. If we're providing on channel 3, as soon as we get enough plates in here, then they'll immediately go to the trash station. Oh, Dan Bopes, I'm so sorry. If we're not talking about chests, we're talking about trains right now. We're not talking about logistics bots. This is about trains and train stations and being on channel 1 and 3 and how that works with the station bit masking stuff. Also, speaking of bot priorities, just know that construction bots do not follow those priorities, only logistics bots. I've seen many players make that mistake. I've made that mistake. Anyway, so with trains, as soon as this fills up, then it's immediately gonna go get trashed. Because that's currently requesting, and so is this one. Or sorry, let's say this one isn't requesting. then just this fills up and then it goes to trash. And then this fills up and then it goes to trash. But then this is not filled up. And now we want regular stuff, but now we don't have any of the trash stuff available. And so the problem is the provider needs to only be added to the trash network when it has a higher threshold of items. So that's really the rub here, is that you have to dynamically put the provider onto the trash network only when it has too much of something, because you actually want it to have some of the stuff at a high priority being provided, so that when you have a normal request for stone, it will request from the things that are byproducts first, but they'll only have things available if they haven't already sent it to be trashed. And the only way to do that is if you don't put them on the trashing network until they have more of it. There is no provide threshold at Turkey Pilgrim. That's one of the differences between LTN as well. And that wouldn't actually work because the provide threshold is set per station. So that wouldn't work in LTN either. You don't want to trash the entire network? I don't know exactly what you mean. It's fine to deliver to trash stations as soon as we cross that threshold, though. Because you're only going to get to that threshold if you really have too much stuff and you want to trash things. So I don't mind, because it'll still only create one train delivery at a time. And as soon as that train delivery is done, we're going to have less, and then it'll change the math. It's possible it sets up 2 in a row. But as long as a trashing station request is only 1 full train, it'll never send 2 trains in a row. So that should work fine. But I guess you're right that if we weren't providing on channel 2 and we were requesting, there were 5 different stone trashing stations that all are hungry for stone. And then all of a sudden this gets to 2 trainfuls of stone, and then we put it on channel 2, then 2 trains will come to pick that up at the same time. So it will kind of be like it fills up to level 2, it empties down to 0, and then it fills back up to 1, where it might give normal stations what they want. But if it ever fills up to 2, it drains all the way to the bottom. It's like the hungry siphon cup thing, you know, whatever it's called, the Archimedes cup. I don't remember. It's kind of like that idea. It's not perfect, but it'll work. Anyway, all that to say, we need to do a thing here that I hadn't expected. So this is going to have to interpret. This gets even messier with multiple products. I was really excited about multi-provider trashing stations, but now I'm thinking they might not be feasible because of this problem. Because I don't want, like, let's say we only have a few gravel in here. I don't want the gravel to be exposed to the trash network just because we want to trash stone, right? So I think because of that, we need these to be discrete stations, which is a little bit of a bummer. The other option is to just say, who cares? If no stations are hungry for stone right now, why not just trash the stone? No, that feels wasteful though. Because then as soon as a station does get hungry for stone, 2 minutes later, now it'll request stone from stone that I'm working hard to make, when 2 minutes ago I just sent a whole load of stone to the trash. So I don't like that. I don't like that. The only other way I can think of to do this would be to have some sort of like buffering station where we take stone that was being trashed and then we re-provide it onto the network, but that sounds like a worse solution, so I don't think I'm gonna go with that. Anyway, I don't know if any of this made sense to you guys or if that was about as clear as mud, but in essence, what I'm doing is we're just gonna have a separate trashing station for each resource, Hey, Gildarth, thank you so much for the Prime sub. And then we're gonna measure when that resource is above a certain threshold. Let's say, how many stacks would it be? Stone is 50, right? Doesn't even tell me right there. That's really weird. Is that the wrong stone? That was the wrong stone. I'm glad I see. That's I'm gonna run into that so much. Anyway, if stone is greater than, let's see, 20, so let's say 40, 50 maybe is when we start trashing it. So if it's greater than 50 stacks, which is 50 times 50, so we add a 0, multiply it, 2,500. There we go. Then we output, oh, we can change the constant. It's so nice. It's so nice. We wouldn't have been able to do it this easily before. 4, no, A. So now, whenever stone is 2.5, oh, you're right, I could have just done math there. Okay, Rygard, you know, I know this is probably not even your area, but you're here. The thing that I'm dying for in Combinators is the ability to create our own parenthetical situation, because we can't do this or that, and all of that always requires the anding of this other thing. Like that, oh man, that's killing me sometimes, but anyway. All that to say, this is gonna work great. What did you say, Dave? What you've been doing is byproducts going to different stations than main products, and every byproduct provider sending to a radar. Oh. The problem with that, though, is the byproduct network, as you have more and more of them, can distribute that amount evenly amongst themselves. So that doesn't necessarily mean that you have a train load. You could have a fourth of a train load at 10 different stations, and it would look like you have 4 train loads. And then some of them might end up getting full. Oh, wait a second. Hold on. Wait, there might be another solution to this. I just remembered about another cybernetic combinator thing, a cybersyn thing, which is which is just the stack. What was it? There was another we did this once. Yeah, no, it's on the station control, and if I input an item type into the station control, that's setting the request threshold for just that item type. But if it's a provider, then it will actually set, it will kind of generate a request to any stations that are wanting that item but haven't yet hit their request threshold, if that makes sense. So what we can do, instead of turning it onto the trash network, we should be able to have this always on channel 3 still, and instead we set a signal of stone. I'm breaking my brain again. Also, that's going to create, I was thinking on the trash stations, we could have a massive stack request that's like impossible to fulfill. Like I could request 80 stacks at the stone trashing station, and then a train wouldn't ever fulfill that because we don't have any trains that can carry 80 stacks. But then what I would do is I would have a decider combinator that would set this guy whenever stone is large enough. But I don't think this is going to work, unfortunately. But it could set the stone signal to then be... That's the wrong stone. It doesn't matter right now. The stone signal to be 1 train worth, which would only be 1,000. and then it would basically force a delivery of 1,000 train to somewhere that wants 1,000 train, 1,000 stone to somewhere. So you kind of can set a provide threshold. But the problem is requesting 80 stacks at the trashing stations is going to create constant problems too. Cybersyn intelligent enough to split 80 stacks into separate shipments. Well, no, not if 80 stacks is the request threshold. The request threshold is what you want per delivery. And if that's greater than 1 train, it doesn't work. The only way you can accomplish it, if you want it, I had a long chat with the Cybersyn devs about this. The only way you can actually accomplish that, if you wanted, for some reason, which, look, I think a mod creator is not to judge the players for what they want. Now, whether or not many players want it is a different question. Most players don't want this. But if for some reason you wanted not to deliver something until you had 4 trains worth of it, you would have to instead have a combinator that basically sets the request amount to be 0 until you need 4 trains worth, and then you set the request amount to be 4 trains worth of that request. And now it will go try to find 4 trains worth of stone. Anyway, that's a whole nother topic. So I think I'm back to my original solution here because this system isn't gonna work. Or maybe it... No, maybe it will. I don't know how this system works, though. We might have to test this. Like, what if I had... Okay, bear with me. We're 56 minutes into this episode. It might go a little bit longer. We might need to continue this test in a future episode, but because I'm really curious how this actually functions in a couple cases. Like, if I'm only requesting 500 stone somewhere, and then I'm trying to push out 1,000 stone, what's it gonna do in that case? Okay, so we're gonna need a couple things. We're gonna need a couple things, all the things. All right, thing 1 is cyber combinator here and here. So let's say this chest has enough for... All right, so this is our stone provider. And let's get that hooked up to power. All right, so that's just a stone provider right now. Nothing fancy going on there. Okay, and then we got to get some stone. And then we throw that in the doodad. Okay, so now that's providing stone. Train-wise, let's get rid of whatever was going on here. Let me vacuum up that. So let's say this train was requesting... And it's on channel 3. The request threshold is, let's say, 500 stone. I'm gonna turn off locked slots here. And so that's good to go. And now when we do stone, let's just say 1,000. And give it 1,000. 600. Better number. All right, and then reverse these so that fills up. And then we need some infinity chests to delete those items over time. Okay, so that's gonna request stone. This is providing stone eventually when I plug it in. Need another CyberSyn combinator. Okay. So A3, none of those should matter. Now, shouldn't it be complaining about not having a train at this point? It should be complaining, and it's not. I didn't, is this stack thresholds? It's not stack thresholds, so that should work. I guess I can look at my test surface. Train network. What's going on here? It is requesting 600. That is provided. Weird. I would have thought it would actually be casting an error. No train available to complete this delivery type error. I'm surprised it's not, actually. Yeah, something else is wrong. Thank you. No, that wasn't it either. Oh. Sorry, yeah, I don't know why I didn't do that. It's still not working, though. Yeah, it should have been complaining about not having a train, so I did something else wrong, but I don't know what. Pass the request threshold. I turned off allow limits, so I shouldn't even care about that. What is... Now what's going on? Because it even sees it. I'm actually kind of at a loss. I feel like I've set up a lot of these test situations and I've never had them just not run. What am I doing wrong here? That train... Are the trains like not connected? Is there a connection issue? Signaling issue? Don't think so. Train limits. Shouldn't be the problem. I'm kind of lost. Request. Threshold. That's hooked up. Time isn't paused. What's going on? Ah! Oh, you know what? It could be the curvedness of this rail. I wonder if that's it. You guys think that's it? The answer seems to be no, that was not it. That's in depot mode. Come on, Twitch. You guys are supposed to be smarter than me. Does the provider need an input to the constant combinator? it's the same signal. Shouldn't matter. Whether it goes from there or there. Because it sees it. We can see that that's being provided. Both on network 3. I'm really lost on why this is not running. Do I need the I thought when allow lists were off, it would just work. So that shouldn't be the problem. That one had stack thresholds, but I don't think that actually matters on the provider. And that one's not stack thresholds. And it wouldn't show up as a red request if it wasn't requesting it. Oh, it's the wrong stone. This freaking signaling nonsense where the item isn't the item. It will be the death of me. I freaking swear. Oh my gosh. That's all it was the whole time. Okay, well, at least I'm not crazy. I was just, you know, not doing the thing. Okay, so anyway, back to what we're actually testing after that beautiful 10-minute debacle. What I actually wanted to test is if this... What's the best way? I might have to do it a couple times because I'm still not exactly sure if I even know what I'm testing. But basically, we want a trashing station somewhere. We'll say out here. That the trashing station, I'll just copy that, and then this is gonna all go loading, or no, trashing, we unload the train. Okay, so anyway, this one is a requester, but the threshold is 1,000, because that's a full train. And that's just gonna have a request for, you know, 2,000 stone or whatever, 2 trains worth. So that one's always there. Now, if we have only 620 stone here, which is what we have, then the request is not being generated because that's not enough. So the stone is requested, but there's no train that's going to deliver it until we have enough. But if I wanted to get rid of a certain amount, oh, and this needs to be a higher priority. So this is where we do priority 1 on the normal station, and on the trashing station, first of all, this needs to be on channel 2 only. This is priority 0. So now the question is, if I do a force out, like based on priority, that's where we do station control, and I have a constant combinator, and we say we want to force trains to deliver as soon as they get to 1,000. I actually need it to be there. As soon as we get to 1,000 or 500 stone. I almost did it again. It's just because that's what it takes you to, and I just click on the first thing I see and it just ruins me. All right, 500 stone is now the provide amount, the new provide amount threshold for the station control here. And that's going to make a delivery of 626 to the trashing station. That's what I was scared of. Because that was the only station that could grab all of it. I'm guessing now if I add 500, it will deliver to the higher priority station. Let's find out. I was afraid that's what it would do. I was hoping it would make a smaller delivery that would go to the one that was a higher priority, but instead it just delivered the full amount to the only place that could take the full amount, which was the trashing station, if that makes sense. I hope some of this has made sense. Stone, that is the correct stone. All right, so as that fills up, we should get some more information. Hey, thanks for the follow. Preschool. All right, so that's filling up. And what I think we'll see is as soon as it hits 500, it will go to the higher priority station. Okay, that is what happened. And then we need to see what happens the next time. For the next shipment, is it going to send... Let me make the request here a little bigger, like 1,000. Or maybe 900. Like, I want the request to be below its own threshold, but high enough that it could fit the 500. See there, it saw 510. That was being pushed out, so it went to the only place it could fit. I guess I need to change this request threshold too, then, to 1,000. Maybe that's what I'm looking for. Basically, I want to see if it's below threshold, will it still accept a shipment of stone? You've been binging the YouTube vids for a few weeks? Awesome! Congratulations on catching up just in time for the live stream. That's fun. Okay, now where's this 500 gonna go? It's not going anywhere. Okay. So, what's the point of provide thresholds then? If they don't force a delivery... I guess what it does is it forces a delivery, but only to stations that are already requesting something anyway. So it would force a less than full delivery to a place that maybe only wanted full trains normally. But it's not going to force into a place that's not requesting yet. So that actually is all the information I needed for what we're trying to figure out right now. That does answer my questions. Because I was hoping it would force deliver stone to a higher priority station, even though the request was below the threshold. That's not what it does. Unfortunately, I can't analyze right now whether that would be better behavior for the mod or not. I'm not saying that the mod should do anything different. I just was hoping maybe that's how it works. But there's probably a good reason why it doesn't work that way. So, all that to be said, a train has to be at its request threshold before it would ever allow a train to come in, but it could allow a train to come in with a less than full inventory if the threshold has already been met and you forced out a train somewhere else with that ingredient. But that's not going to happen as often. So, all that being said, well, there's sort of a provide threshold. That's what we're doing over here. when you set a signal, it basically says this is now the amount that I want to trigger a delivery, and if there's, and I've now learned that this is correctly how it works, if there are any stations that are currently hungry for this item, then we will send this 500 to that station. Now, the next question I have is, what if it's below the threshold in the first place? Well, then it would have already created a delivery for that amount. So never mind, that doesn't make sense. Like, I was like, what if there's a station that only wanted 400? Well, it's not going to deliver 500. Well, the hungry stations obey priorities, but only if they're hungry at the same time. And that's what this whole thing has been about for the last 20 minutes with trashing stations, is that if you have 2,000 or 1,000 stone, which is 20 stacks in here, the trashing stations are always hungry. That's the thing, right? They're always asking for stone. And so what you want is a system that isn't, it's going to reserve the stone for a little bit and see, do any of the normal stations need stone? I don't want to get rid of all my stone just yet. But then, if I am about to overflow on stone, then I'll send some to the trashing stations. And I don't think there's a way to do that without turning on channel 2, which then means we can't do the multi-provide situation. Because there's no way for us to say, only send stone that's above a certain amount to a certain channel. There's just no way to do that. Unless you could have... Can a station? Hold on. No, I doubt this would work, but what if you could set 2 different provider station combinators? There's one that's providing on one channel and another that's providing on another channel. And the one that's providing on channel 2 sees the station as having 20,000 less. Can you have? No, surely that doesn't work. Here, let me, I'm guessing this is not gonna work, but if it does, I'm gonna freak out, because it would be kind of cool. But like, what if I had this also as a provider, but this one is channel 1 and this one is channel 2. Does it see that as like 2 stations? No, it doesn't. Bummer. I was hoping it would. Like Goof and Boof would show up twice. I know that could make all sorts of problems, and it's good that it doesn't connect it to station. No, you don't connect the combinators to the stations in CyberSyn. It's nice. LTN requires you to do that, but CyberSyn doesn't. But yeah, unfortunately, this doesn't quite work. Now, again, it's probably for the best that it doesn't work that way. But if it could, then you could have 2 different stations. Now, what I could do is 2 different stations that use the same stone inventory. Now we're thinking with portals. I could literally just have 2 stations connected to the same warehouse. One of them is regular providing, and the other one is subtracting a full... The problem is if I have items with different stack sizes, which stone and gravel and soil do have different stack sizes, so that's a little bit of a bummer. But I'd have to subtract basically a full train's worth of each item from the warehouse before I'd give it to the other train. But I could do a multi-provide with just 2 stations, but any amount of ingredients. I could do 5 different items being provided and trashed as byproducts with 2 stations, 1 warehouse. And we just send the signal that's going to the trashing one. We reduce the signal first. Could I not read the contents of supply, send it over radar? Okay, so the problem with radars, guys, is that we want these all to be flexible in the sense that I could create them all in different places, I could byproduct them all in different places, I could trash them in different places, and I could request them in different places. And when you start trying to do all that with radars, there are some ways that you can make it work for sure, as long as you're only using signals to mean one thing in all systems. You could still multi-provide, but only send what needs to be overflowed. Set station to provide only. Subtract out 1 million from the signals you don't want to provide to trash. Subtract out what you don't want to trash. But see, the problem with that, Dan Bopes, is we want those things that aren't being trashed to be provided to the normal network. Like if I have a moss farm that wants a bunch of stone, we want it to be able to request from the byproduct stone, which means we need stone to be in the byproduct stone warehouses. Anyway, so I guess the final question after all of that, it was useful, because now the question is, do I want to, the two solutions are a separate station for each byproduct that is enabled only when it passes a certain threshold of that item to trash, or we have a multi-provider that has a separate train stop for the trashing side versus the other side, and we subtract out the amount we don't want to trash. I feel like the super trasher, even though it's weird, is the more elegant solution. I like the super trasher idea. I think I'm gonna go with it. So I'll probably have to finish making this in the next episode because we're already an hour and 20 minutes in, but, or I might even work on it a little bit between streams. But basically the super trasher is gonna look like the, uh-oh. Oh, okay, I guess I need one more, otherwise it doesn't line up properly. But yeah, the super trasher is gonna be something like this. You know what? I'm gonna do this just so bots will bring me more steel chests. Oh my gosh, this is one of my most harebrained ideas yet. However, it is gonna work. Harebrained is maybe the wrong word. At least I think it's gonna work. The only problem is if trains come to do two things at the same time. I'm a little concerned about doubling up. There is another... In the station control, there's manual inventory control. When managing multiple stations, when disabled, CyberSend automatically adjusts... So this is what it normally does. It automatically adjusts station inventory to account for incoming trains. When disabled, you have to manually adjust the output to the cargo signal. So basically, if we do manual inventory control, which we should do, because the same warehouse is serving multiple trains, we need to add the output of this back into the input of that. And that way, if a train's coming to pick up stuff from here, it'll subtract what the train is coming to pick up from the signal that we're then going to be subtracting from to send to the trasher. So we'll never have like two trains coming to get the same thing. Where are my PyBots? There they are. So yeah, this is gonna work. This just might work. No, it's not a might. I think it's a will. It's certainly a weird one, but it will work, I'm pretty sure. So I'll at least do this little basic setup part, and then we'll probably end the episode here. So these are both going to be very similar. We don't need the thresholds anymore. We build those, but this is channel 2 and this is channel 1. I don't need locked slots. Or do I? It's a multi-provider. I do need locked slots. And this is priority 0. No. Sorry, that's priority 1 because that's a byproduct. Wait, now I've confused myself. These are one station. So the part of it that's providing the normal stuff is priority 1. The part of it that's trashing stuff is priority 0. It's so weird. And then the trash station will request stuff on low priority. Right. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, this could also be solved with bigger buffers. If I had bigger buffers on all of my request stations, we kind of wouldn't need to do any of this. I could just use priorities and it would work out eventually. Because it's like, eventually the stone thing is going to be hungry and a byproduct stone will pop up and it'll connect. But the problem is I'm greedy and I don't want to waste resources, so that I'm doing this instead of probably just relying on buffers to do what they need to do. So realistically, I probably could do a simpler solution than this. All right, so those are all one big 288 slot warehouse. These need to be filtered just like these ones. That's channel 2, this is channel 1. We need to do the station control, manual inventory control to the output of that and to the output of that. So when trains are coming, they subtract. Okay. And then the final thing that needs to be done is this. Wait, no, that's not what I wanted. Wait, what's connected here? Oh, the filters. That's the... Yeah, that's right. The output of the arithmetic is telling us what to filter here. And then finally, we need to subtract 1 train's worth of items before we pass it to this combinator. Or I don't think there's a way we can do an each here. Because we can't do like each that's greater than 20k or, you know, 2000 because, or 4000. Because again, that would require stack sizes to be the same. But it is beautiful. Well, no, because then I still have to subtract from it. I'd need to do it each minus 2000, which I can't do anyway. So I might just need a different combinator per item type. I think that's what we need. Yeah, this is a learning episode. Learning has occurred. But yeah, I think we just need to pass... Selector combinator can give you stack sizes. It's true. So there's probably... But then the problem is then we need to re-multiply. Why is that inactivity condition on? We need to re-multiply by the stack size. So we'd be dividing by stack size. Each that's greater than 40 stacks. And then re-multiplying by stack size. I guess if I'm gonna be byproducting a lot of items, that's still probably better. So you're not wrong about that. I probably should just do that. But this, I don't know. This might be like 5 or 6 combinators instead of 1 per item type, which might not be worth it. These are a lot of circuits. 5 decider combinators, and decider combinators are already 5 circuits. So that's like 30 circuits for a selector combinator? Sheesh. 30 circuits right there. Okay, so let's just think for a second. So this is outputting stack sizes of all the different things that are in there. Great. Then we want to take each times... No. We want red and green. So we take the actual amounts divided by the stack amounts. And that tells us how many stacks we have. And we output each. -1. Or, no, it rounds up. So if we had 101 divided by 50, it would call it 3 stacks. Right? Or does it round down? I can never remember if it rounds up or down when it does division. I think it just cuts off the decimal and it rounds down. So this is now telling us how many stacks we have. Then we need to multiply. No. We need to subtract a full train, maybe a train and a half. Like, I could set this to whatever I want it to be. For now, we'll say a train and a half will be always waiting in here. And then we output each. And then we need to re-multiply by the stack size again in order to then have the actual item number that's in the warehouse that I want to tell LTN I want to trash. And I can connect this red one again. Nope, not on that spot though. The red one again there. And this will again do each. Now it'll do each times each. But it'll be each on the green, because that's how many stacks we have of the green, times the stack size, which is what red is, now outputting on each, and that's what we tell this combinator we're holding. Look at the screen. Look at the screen, right? Just red and green wires everywhere, combinators everywhere, 2 stations and 1 warehouse. And yet, I'm proud of it. This is my magnum opus. This thing right here. Good gravy. I think it works. I think it's doing exactly what we want. And I can put however many byproducts I want in here of any type. And the only thing I need to make sure of is that I have trash stations out in the world that are requesting full trains of these things. And obviously I need the warehouse to be bigger if I have enough items, but wow, I think this is all correct. And the reason I like this design is I can use this combo station to get rid of 10 different byproducts. Like, we already have sodium hydroxide that we're gonna have to get rid of soon, which is stuck for some reason. I'm out of lamps. I'm out of lamps because I am out of iron. Okay, interesting. Anyway, but it's, yeah, we have sodium hydroxide that we can dump in here. We have other things that we'll probably want to dump in here. So that way I'm not having to add 5 different stations. I don't know if I like it or not, but it certainly is a thing. What I do want to do is probably scooch these over to be on this half of the equation. I think I want them to be lined up a little bit better. Yeah, picker dollies and just the new vanilla functionality, which maintains circuit connections with cut and paste. That's pretty huge too. Okay, so compared to what it's only 4 combinators. That's really not bad. And I guess it's a double station rather than a single station. So like it's acting like one station, but it's doing 2 things. So I guess that's slightly worse. I don't know. Train limit should be 2 on all these. We just make sure this part's right. Locked slots per wagon. Technically, that should increase with the number of item types. Because if I was requesting some gravel, some stone, and some sand, we would need locked slots for those. And we do need inactivity condition on multi-providers. Yeah, stack thresholds don't matter. I'll just leave it on because it's on everywhere else, but that doesn't matter. And I think with that, we will call it an episode. Wow, wow, wow. Let me know what you guys think in the comments about this design and what you would have done. I'm sure everyone has different answers. If you're loading with loaders, you do still need lock slots, yes, because there's still a delay between when it thinks it's full and when it actually, the last items get on the train. So there's always a few extra. It's not that many, but there's a few extra. Otherwise, you have items that will then get onto the next train that shouldn't be there. Which is a different strategy of removing those items from the next train and then putting them back in. That works too, but that's a different thing. Anyway, we're gonna call that an episode. As always, thank you guys for watching. Let me know what you think down in the comments, and I'll see you all in the next one. All right. I think our little monstrosity is all grown up and good to go. So weird. So weird, but I think it works, right? Like there's... Here, the way that we can tell if it works, let's kind of test it with a constant combinator. Like, let's hook in to our cargo signal. Let's say we have stone, the proper signal, 1500. It's working. This is showing none. So the trashing side doesn't see any stone yet. But if we go to, so we said a train and a half, so 3500 should show 500. Oh no. That's not working. Unless I did the math wrong. No, a full train is 1000. So it's only taking off... No, it's taking off a train and a half. Perfect. No, that's right. That's right. A train and a half is 1500. So if I do 2000, it should show 500. No, we're good. Everything's fine. Yeah, okay, we're good. I just forgot the stack size of stone. Yeah, exactly. Not like this. Everything's fine. All right, it works. It's properly telling the system what it should be telling the system. One of them thinks it has 500. Yeah, oh, there we go. I was like, this doesn't look right. One thinks it has 2000. But because of this manual train control, it's never going to think that it could request 2500 from both of them. Because as soon as it sends a train to come pick up from this one, it'll subtract that train's request from what this sees. So it's not, we're never going to worry about that. So even though it looks like it totals to 2500, it won't. This is awesome. I love this. I'm really excited about this. And the way that I've laid it out here, it's pretty easy to expand the warehouse to be bigger. We can easily make it taller. We can fit in the full 6 loaders if we want. So this right here is what we're gonna blueprint, of course. My magnum opus of nonsense. Let's do that. Just get the power poles cleaned up a little bit here. And yeah, this is what we call What do I even call this? Super trasher. And we throw in the trash bin signal. Trash bin signal, trash bin signal. So the super trasher is what we will use for byproducts. Which... Opus Magnum is really fun. All Zachtronics games are fun. For me, particularly the ones that are not programming, but the one... So Codex of Alchemical Engineering, which was the really old Flash version of Opus Magnum, and then Infinifactory, and then Space Chem, and then there's one more I'm forgetting, I think. Anyway. And now I'm wondering... Because here we're just on channel 1, because we're just providing that. But anywhere where we have... I guess what I'm asking myself is, do I want to use one of these anywhere where we have byproducts? I guess the answer is yes. The other question is, am I going to use this same system for fluids? Maybe not. Fluids make this even trickier. Though kind of not. You just need to hook up each pipe system to both trains and have that set of filtered pumps like we already do right here. So... I guess it's fine. I think it's fine. All right, so that's great. Niobium's still running, which is good news. And now we can hook all of those things into this warehouse. So that will go... I'm just gonna, for a minute, use loaders to unload these. We won't need loaders after a while, but... for now I will. Or I could be smart and I could just move it with my body. Sacrifice my body for science. Sand. And then we can just do this. What is this? I don't know what you mean by what is this. Like, what is Factorio? What is pYanodon's? What are we doing in pYanodon's? These are all different questions. Alright, so there's everything. That's getting trashed. What's pYanodon's? pYanodon's is a Factorio mod. Kind of a mod pack-ish. A huge total overhaul to Factorio. Very, very awesome. Tons of stuff to do. Tons of new things. It's very complex. With a really long playtime. Generally takes people well over 1,000 hours to beat it. If they beat it. Most people don't, because that's a lot of time. But it's a cool idea. Now, why is that showing negative 5,400 sand? Because a train and a half is 6,000 sand. That's why. Because trains hold 20 stacks of 200. So that works. This is working. This is working. All right, so then we need to kind of... I can sort of cross that off, but now I need to add a new task, which is create trashing stations for stone, gravel, and sand. So that's the next step to make sure this never backs up. Because this will still back up if we're not actually able to trash it. Why didn't I finish the Space Age playthrough? I did. I did beat Space Age. I don't know what you mean by that. Oh, I see what you mean. Why didn't I add more planet mods and go play those? Ceres didn't exist when I finished it, or it was very baby mod at the time I finished it. And I'm not really that interested in going back to Space Age, to be perfectly honest. But yeah, why is iron stopped up? That actually seems like an issue. I'm gonna look into that before we finish the stream. Why is iron... Yeah, I must have disconnected a belt. pYanodon's is on Factorio 2.0, yes, but it's not in Space Age because Space Age is an overhaul mod. pYanodon's not really compatible with other overhaul mods. It seems like our requester for iron has busted. What's going on here? Ah, this one was a BR20. That's the problem. The request threshold needs to be 10 for everything. CyberSyn Manager is actually not a separate mod. It's a startup setting for Project CyberSyn. It's an in-development CyberSyn Manager that obviously used the LTN Manager as a framework and plugged in the information from CyberSyn. So it's I haven't had any issues with it yet. It seemed to work fine, but it is in dev, so it could crash on me or something, and that would be my problem rather than the mod makers. Okay, but yeah, these are now working. Basically, anywhere where I have BR20 is going to be a problem. From 0 to 100, where am I progression-wise? 10 or less. But yeah. We've made a lot of progress now that things are on trains, but we're still kind of early in the train base stage. You can see my train base is not all that big. My starter base is still much larger than that. But we've been plugging things from our starter base into the train base, and now we're transitioning to using trains more. So, that's nice. But yeah, I think we're pretty good in terms of a stopping point here. We'll need to make those trashing stations. We still need to make big power poles. Those will be nice. I'll probably revamp train blueprints with big poles. What am I doing? I want to reorder that task like this. All right, so we'll get that done, and then I don't know what even is next. I mean, just maybe taking a glance at Pi2 science. We're still really far away, but I haven't gotten this far in pYanodon's in a long time, so I probably need to take stock of like a grand overview of what Pi2 needs. It's obviously a lot of steps to get there. I know we need arcads. We need rare earth bolide. We need red circuits. No, we don't need... Sorry. We don't need red circuits for Pi2. When do you get red circuits? Is it before or after Pi2? It is after Pi2. Okay, never mind. Never mind. So that's not what we're going for next. So yeah, Pi2 is kind of the next huge task, at least. And maybe increasing production of my other 3 sciences, which will involve a lot of rebuilding. So, yeah, pYanodon's does need some rocket launches to get the final science. The end game of Pi is a science type victory. I actually don't know the perfect answer on that. And I need to get Java Flux's name in game, and then we are going to call it a stream. So Java Flux, you are going to get your name over by the coal crushing. Maybe right here. like that. Yeah, it's kind of like 1.0. I mean, comparing it to 1.0 feels a bit anemic because of how much more there is to do to get there. You can beat Vanilla Factorio in like an hour. So it's a little different, but technically, same idea. Oh yeah, we do lowercase j, that's right. Job of flux. Perfect. Wait, nope. One more row. There we go. Beautiful. Beautiful. Alright, well, I think we're going to call it a stream there. So thanks for hanging out, everybody. This has been a good celebration. Almost at 105 hours of playtime now. Getting oh so closer to the 200-hour celebration. Who knows, maybe I'll even do another stream in between that. But I have been... Someone asked me earlier, I was in the middle of thinking about trains. It was preschool. You were asking me about talking about the series as a whole, potential future streaming, all that. I am still going to be doing kind of the same as I have been for now, which is just doing the recordings, and then I'll stream once in a while as desired. But for now, we're going to kind of keep going with the same pattern because it's been working for me. These corners filled in. There we go. All right. Adios, everybody. I'm not remembering if I got a screenshot for this last episode, so if I didn't, then I need to get this nonsense. See you later, Dan Bopes. See you later, Croptic. See you later, Bale. Adios, Regard. Thanks for stopping by. See you, Miranda.